Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, ADT Nation. What's up and what's going on, traders? And happy Money Monday. Not even a happy Money Monday, but wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. But good morning. Welcome to October, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Q4. I'm excited to be back. I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited to work with each and every one of you. I hope you guys had a wonderful weekend. I hope you guys are having an awesome morning, that you guys are taking this time to get prepared for today's trading session, and that you guys are all set ready to rock, and that you are excited to again start a brand new week, a brand new month, and again Q4 of 2022, ready to rock and roll and make it happen. So what's going on? Where is the big old good morning from everybody inside of chat? Let's get it going. Where's the hype? Where's the energy? Let's go. Base head trader Adam, what's up? Chris, trading hunter, Mr. Stir, what's going on, traders? All right, without further ado, we're going to dive right into it. We're going to talk about what we have going on for today's trading session, and again, get you guys prepared for today. Where do I think the SPY and the Qs in the overall market is going? What opportunity do we have with penny stocks for today? Let's go ahead and get you guys prepared. It is 9:01. We have about, it's actually coming up about 9:02. So we got about 28 minutes to go. So let's make it happen. Let's be thorough. Let's get you guys prepared. And again, if you have any questions before the opening bell, please do ask. If there's any stocks you want reviewed, please do ask as well. But we're going to talk about the top stocks that I think have the best potential for today. So I want to start with this. It's very scattered today, right? We don't really have that one stock or that one or two stocks that are really just taking on off, really leading the board, really showing us, hey, this is where every trader's at. This is where every trader wants to be. This is where our focus should be for today. The volume is pretty scattered, okay? There's not a lot of great looking stocks at this point in time. So a part of me wants to sit back right at the start of the day and kind of see where traders go. Look at our high the day momentum scanner. Look at our breakout scanner or halt and resume scanner and wait to really see where traders go, because that's how scattered the volume and activity is right now at this point in time, guys. So with that being said, keep that in mind, that I probably will not be jumping into anything right out of the gate. Maybe with the SPY and the Qs. A lot of my focus may be with the SPY and the Qs right at the start of the day, and I'll explain why here in a moment. But just so you guys are fully aware, I may be looking at the SPY and the Qs, not necessarily one of these penny stocks, because I'm not really convinced and not really drawn into one set penny stock right now at this point in time that really stands out to me. All right, guys, but WLDS definitely may have some potential for today, guys. We definitely want to keep on watch WLDS for today. WLDS at this point in time is currently up 37.5%. It's trading 2 million shares. On average, it trades about 1 million. So we have some good volume here on WLDS, and it's a nice low float stock as well. Now, we don't have any fresh news on WLDS, but there was a press release last week that we posted up here inside of alerts that they did have pretty decent first half 2022 earnings. Decent, not great, but decent. And the stock didn't really do all that much, right? The stock was pretty flat, and then now here in pre-market, it's starting to get some action off that new all-time low of 88 cents. It's a newer IPO stock as well. As you guys know, new IPOs are hot, right? You know, when there's nothing really moving the market, traders typically go back to these newer IPOs. And then lately, traders have been, going on over to these reverse stock splits as well. And we saw that last week. Can't remember the ticker off the top of my head, but we saw a stock last week absolutely blow up on Monday or Tuesday. And the only reason why it ripped and ran was because it was a recent reverse stock split. So with that being said, when the market is dead and we don't really have fantastic press releases, traders are resorting back over to these newer IPOs, WLDS, and then some of these reverse stock splits. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now at this point in time, are those two classifications of stocks. So WLDS, I'm a little 50-50 with it. From a reason that it's moving from a catalyst standpoint, but it's meeting some of the other criteria to be a watch list worthy stock. It does have good volume. It is a nice low float stock. And again, it's meeting that classification of stocks that do like to move when there's not a lot of movement in the market, right? And traders resort back sometimes to these newer IPO plays. So let's definitely keep WLDS on watch today just to see if it does get some action, guys. We'll watch it above this 118 support level, and we could see this possibly push on back up towards around those pre-market highs of 165. And then our main target today would be that 20 EMA at 175. So we'll just go ahead and keep it on watch, guys. I'm not in love with it. I'm not crazy about it. And I'm not really crazy about anything in today's market. And that's why I told you guys before we got going is I'll probably sit back at the start of the day with these penny stocks and really wait to see where traders go. The last thing I want to be doing is getting into one of these plays, nothing happen, and everything fade today, when I can sit back the first 5 to 10 minutes and really see how the market moves at the start of the day. So WLDS, keep this one on watch above 118. We would have some potential today up towards around that pre-market high of 168. And if this is one of our top gaining stocks, we could see it as high as 175, which is the 20 EMA here on WLDS. So at this point in time, it's going to be one of our top stocks to be watching right at the start of the day, guys. Okay. MYOV is going to be another stock that we're going to be watching right at the start of the day. Okay, so they confirmed receipt of a preliminary non-binding proposal from another pharmaceutical company to acquire their remaining shares. Okay, so MYOV getting a nice spike from around $18. That was Friday's close, hitting highs of $24.15. A part of me wants to short this stock, right? It's easy to borrow. There's not a lot of volume. There's not a lot of activity. It's definitely overextended. I see more room to the downside than the upside. But anytime that I think I want to short a stock, I do even more due diligence. Okay, what is the short float percentage on this particular stock? Is it really, really low, or is it extremely high? That could lead to a short squeeze. Is it easy to borrow on mainstream brokers, right? We know exactly why we're looking at this data, because again, the last thing that we want to do is jump into the short side on a stock that, let's say, is 20% shorted, and it's easy to borrow on every mainstream broker. That right there is a prime setup for an intraday short squeeze. So MYOV, I kind of want to short this stock right around this $24 to $25 resistance level for this fade back down towards the low 20s. I think it could be a great short opportunity here on MYOV, okay? But how many shares are currently short, right? What is the short float percentage on MYOV? Is it really, really high, or is it low? Well, it's only 7% as far as Trade Ideas shows. But I also want to go look at another tool that I have to just verify that it's not any higher than 7%. So MYOV, let's go take a peek real quick. And we could see here that MYOV is about 3 million shares short, which is about 7% of the float. So the float's 42 million, about 7% short. That's about 3 million shares, right? So it's a decent amount of shares short on MYOV. Decent, nothing crazy. Is it easy to borrow? Excuse me, guys. Is it easy to borrow? Well, here on TD Ameritrade, it is easy to borrow, which leads me to believe it's probably easy to borrow on E-Trade, on Schwab, right? On maybe Interactive Brokers and Fidelity. And, you know, that's something that you need to keep in mind. That's something you got to be mindful of. The last thing I want anybody doing is jumping into the short side and just seeing the stock squeeze and squeeze and squeeze. And you're wondering, why is the stock not honoring any of its bearish technicals? Why is there a nice bearish setup in front of us that suggests short the crap out of me, but it just keeps squeezing higher? Well, that would be because of a large short float percentage, and also because it's easy to borrow with a lot of mainstream brokers, which we know brings in a lot of inexperienced short sellers into a particular stock. And when they're inexperienced and they don't know what they're doing, that could contribute to an intraday short squeeze. Not saying that's going to happen. This could be a killer short today, right around that $24 to $25 resistance. We could get short, make a lot of great money. But we also need to be mindful that it could go against us. And if we start to see it going against us, and that indicates an intraday squeeze, we need to be all out of that position and not even give it a slight chance, because we do not want to be short if the stock is going to squeeze to the upside. And that's kind of what I'm looking at today, guys, is we have resistance here right around 24 bucks on MYOV. Look at all that resistance around 24 up towards around $25. There is a lot of resistance. And if we see the stock struggling between $24 and $25, and we ever see more reasons, to get short on the stock, I definitely want to look to get short on the stock somewhere between $24 and $25 for a nice little fade throughout the day back down towards around this 2061 level, okay? Now, if we ever do break above that $24, $25 level, I definitely don't want to short the stock. I definitely want to think about taking it long into our next level of resistance, which would be $27.38. And then think about a short on back down. Okay, guys? But really right now, I'm putting a lot of emphasis between this $24 to $25 level of resistance. And it really depends on what happens. If there's a lot of weakness and there's a confirmed bearish setup, we take it short back down towards the low 20s. It's that simple. Okay, but if we see a lot of strength and it's not looking weak, we definitely want to think about playing this long up to 27.38. But right now, all we can do at this point in time is just watch it between 24 and 25 and see what it does. But I definitely want to get you guys prepared and let you guys know what I'm thinking right now at this point in time with MYOV and how I want to attack it today and how I'm looking to trade this stock, as there could be some great opportunity to make some good profits here on this stock, guys. Okay, so that's MYOV. And then lastly, we have LVWR. Again, another stock that I'm not crazy about, right? I'm not crazy about WLDS. It's already starting to crack below 118. I'm not all that crazy about MYOV, but there's potential. There's just not a lot of volume. That's the only problem. And then you have LVWR. Look at it. It's very choppy. There's not a lot of volume. Again, that activity and that focus is extremely scattered right now at this point in time. So LVWR, why do we want to keep it on watch? Well, it's meeting that classification of stocks that could get some hype and activity because the market's slow. The market's dead. It's a newer IPO stock. The stock IPO'd last Tuesday around $9. We are actually gapping up this morning above $9, right? We hit highs of $13.69, and now we're starting to come back down to where? $9. So I'd really like to see if the stock can hold above the IPO open of $9 and see a bounce today here on LVWR. And if we can see the stock hold above $9 and bounce and then proceed to break this downtrend, we have great potential back up to the VWAP and then 1163 being the IPO spiking high. So I would say right now, since WLDS is starting to crack below 118, and since we need a little bit more time on MYOV to really feel confident in a long or a short, I would actually say LVWR should be our #1 stock to watch because the stock will be opening right around $9. If the stock opens on up here, comes down to 9, and we start to see a nice bounce and some nice volume, we could look to jump in with stops below 9, anticipating the break of this downtrend for a nice big spike up towards around that VWAP, up towards around the IPO spiking high of 1163, and then look left. How high could we see the stock go? Possibly back up to that pre-market high of 1369. There's a lot of great potential to the upside here with a little bit of risk. So let's keep this one on high watch right out of the gate, guys. Above $9, followed by a break of that downtrend. I would definitely want to get this long up to VWAP, 1163, and then possibly those pre-market highs. If we ever crack $9 here on LVWR, you could see this come back down to this lower shadow, right? That's a hiccup candle. So you have a nice little uptrend, 1, 2 candles on increased volume, followed by our stall candle, right? That little doji, it stalls. Buyers and sellers take a break. We call these hiccup candles, followed by the continuation. The lower shadows of these hiccup candles like to hold. So if the stock does open and it does dip slightly below $9, we could look to catch a dip buy off 861 at the absolute lowest. Anything below 860, below 850, for example, I think it's dead. I think it fades and falls. At the absolute lowest you want to see the stock go is 860, ideally holding above $9, followed by a break of the downtrend. We can definitely see some volume return, get some great action to the upside, make some great profits, guys, all right? And that's going to be on LVWR. And I would say right now at this point in time, based on where this stock is compared to some of these other top stocks, I would say that's going to be our number one out of the gate. WLDS is going to be number 3, actually. So it's going to go in this order. LVWR number 1, MYOV number 2, just looking to see what we do around this $24 to $25 resistance level. Maybe we get a nice short opportunity right at the start of the day. And then we'll put WLDS as our number 3 at this point in time. What about FNGR? Let's just go ahead and look at FNGR real quick, because that's really what I have for you at this point in time, guys. FNGR has been on an absolute monster of a tear over the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And this bad boy is definitely overextended, but there's a lot of volume that moved into the stock here on Friday. Do I think it's due for a pullback? Absolutely. Could it continue the rip and run to the upside? 100%. Support right now is going to be Friday's high a day. $3.78 is support. I'd like to see it open and at least come back down for a nice little retest, because once we broke 378, we haven't retested 378 yet. So that's going to be support here on FNGR. As far as resistance, $5, guys. $5 resistance. So 378 bottom support, $5 top resistance here on FNGR. And what you could also do is run a trend line here on the stock. It's been grinding this trend line since Friday into pre-market. So we could come back down to the trend line and hold. As long as that trend line holds, you look fantastic up towards around $5 for one more day of great action to the upside. If we do ever crack below that trend line, I still think 378 is a solid, fantastic level of support to see FNGR stay above to get that nice leg up towards around $5. So good eye. I do like FNGR. I think FNGR is definitely a stock that we can keep on watch for today and add it to one of our stocks to watch, okay? For those of you that maybe be asking about FNHC, I'm not watching this today, but why, Josh? The stock's up 143%. Well, the stock's up for no reason. There are no filings on the stock from what I can see. There is no news here on the stock. This was purely random, right? Very, very random, just starts to get some action, and then it explodes. I think this is a pre-market pump followed by an intraday fade and fall, an intraday dump. I just think the stock is not going to do all that much, and it's probably going to fade and fall. I think there's much better opportunity here to start our day. LVWR, much better, right? MYOV, much better. Now that we see FNGR, much better, okay? Even WLDS, right? Looking better than FNHC. So before anybody asks, Josh, why are you not watching FNHC? There was no filings. There was no catalyst. There's no news. There's no apparent reason for the stock to be moving. It's up 160%. This stock could absolutely just fade and fall on down today, guys. It's on the watch list. We'll keep it on watch just in case, but I think it's a waste of your time. I think it's a distraction, especially when we see great upside potential here on LVWR. Great potential, long or short, right? We just got to wait for that validation and confirmation here on MYOV. FNGR looking pretty decent as well, guys. Okay, so these are some back burners that I'm not really paying that much attention to at 9:30, but if they start ripping and running, they start stealing the focus in the market, then we'll get prepared, we'll identify the opportunity, and we'll make it happen. Okay, so FNHC, back burner. RMED, 1 to 50 reverse stock split, back burner. AVCT, 1 to 15 reverse stock split, back burner. Okay, AWK for a 129.50 daily dip buy opportunity, back burner. Okay, these are just some back burner plays that have potential to move today, but don't look the best right at the start of the day. The stocks that look the best to start our day, just again, to recap, if you're just now tuning in, LVWR is number 1 above $9 support. At the absolute lowest you would want to see the stock go would be $861. We want to see one of those two levels hold, see a lot of buyers move in, volume return, breaking this downtrend for our next leg up to VWAP, 1163, and then 1369. This is our number 1 stock to start our day, guys. MYOV number 2. If we're below $24 and $25 resistance, showing a lot of weakness, seeing a bearish opportunity, we want to look to short this back down into the low 20s. Now, if we see a lot of strength versus weakness, we're breaking through resistance with tons of volume and we have buyers present, and we could see maybe a little bit of this short squeeze intraday as, again, almost 8% of the flow is short. We have great potential to 27.38. We just need to wait to see what happens between this $24 and $25 region of resistance, but that's going to be number 2. And then FNGR number 3 with 378 bottom support. We could also see the stock hold this trend line. Ultimately, we want to see buyers move back in at or near one of these levels of support for our final move on up. And I do think it would be our final move on up before we start to see the stock selling on off. I think we could see the stock up towards around $5, guys, before we even think about shorting the stock, before we even see our first daily red candle here on FNGR. FNGR, is the stock shortable? I can locate some shares. I may do that because if we hit $5 today, we are very overextended. We could start to see our first red day and see a nice little drop on off in the coming days here on FNGR. But right now, I would definitely not look to short this until the stock hits $5, as I do think there's still a lot of buyers present. I think there's a lot of potential to the upside, and we could see this stock hit $5 today. Once again, bottom support, $3.78, guys. Okay, so that's what we got going on for small cap penny land. But now I want to take the time to talk to you guys about what I'm planning on doing right at the start of the day with the SPY. Okay, not necessarily with the Qs. The Qs, possibly. You know, the Qs, there's a couple things we'll discuss. But the SPY out of the gate, absolutely. And here's the one thing that I want to point out to you guys. Okay, and I want to give props to Stir inside of chat for bringing a little bit more analysis to the table here this morning. As I was running my downtrend from the 390 high on down, he goes, dude, go back a little bit on the daily, and we can actually connect this all the way back to September 12th. From that nice gap up before that massive gap down, look at our downtrend, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4 points, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points when you really break this down into an hour time frame. This is a very, very strong downtrend here on the SPY. So if the SPY opens on up and we come into this downtrend and we're seeing more weakness, then we're seeing strength and we're not breaking this downtrend. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to get heavy on puts. I really do. I would want to take puts right around 363, maybe give it $1 of breathing room, because if it breaks the downtrend, I don't want to be short. It's probably going to start grinding back up into the 370s. That's the only thing that makes sense. We break the downtrend, it's most likely going to 366 and then back up to 372 to retest last Wednesday's spiking high right around the 372 level. But if we open on up and we just see nothing but selling and weakness and no buyers and no strength, and this is going to be resistance once again, and we're going to continue this downtrend, I definitely want to get put contracts at this downtrend and look to cover a good majority of those down towards around the 200-week SMA at 358.19. So let's do the math. If we get short at 363 and we cover at 358, that's 5 points to the downside. And that is a very realistic plan. Very realistic, almost like that plan will be executed if that happens. Like that is just very realistic. It seems very easy for that to unfold, okay? And you put your stops about $1 away, guess what? You got a 1 to 5 setup. I'll take those odds every day, and I like what I'm seeing. I like this massive downtrend. I like how we have nothing but increased selling volume day after day after day, indicating more downside pressure, more downside momentum into this very strong downtrend. And I do believe we come back down and retest that 200-week SMA. If we're going to break this downtrend at some point and reverse, I think first we come back for a 200-week SMA retest, and then we break the downtrend. So I'm really liking what I see here today on the SPY, and I definitely want to get short right around 363 and take it on down to 358. What my game plan is to maybe go 45 days to 60 days out on some put contracts. Why would I want to do that? Well, because it's a great intraday day trade, right? I see great intraday opportunity to the short side, a 5-to-1 setup. But that could lead to a really nice swing trade, guys, right? That day trade could transition into a really nice swing trade opportunity, depending on how hard we get rejected at that downtrend, if we get rejected at that downtrend. But it could be a strong rejection off that downtrend. We got ISM manufacturing data coming up at 10 o'clock. That could be bad data that sends the market falling again. New yearly lows, back below the 200-week SMA. We could see the markets continue to drop here in October that a lot of people are thinking going to happen based on 2008 and based on the Fed and the interest rates and everything else that's going on. So I want to put myself in a position to not only take advantage of this day trade, but to leave a little bit on the table just in case it's a strong rejection, just in case we see more downside potential, and we could turn a little bit of this position into a nice swing trade opportunity as well. Okay, so with that being said, that's kind of how I want to approach the SPY today. At any point in time we break this downtrend, we don't want to be thinking short. We want to go short-term bias to the long side, right? Short-term bias to the long side, back up to some of these prior highs, 366, and then again, Wednesday's high day of 372. But if we do indeed see this downtrend really hold the SPY on down, we got 5 points to the downside of potential. We could easily risk a point, and that's plenty of breathing room. That's how I'm looking to trade the SPY today. And that's exactly how I'm looking to trade the Qs as well. The nice thing about the Qs that I really like is not only are we at the downtrend, but the downtrend intersects with that 200-week SMA. I really like when we have trend lines and support resistance level that cross right at the same point, and we see the market or that stock get rejected right at that spot. So that's 272.50 here on the Qs, right? 272.50 on the Qs is going to be the 200-week SMA resistance. That also lines up pretty darn close, pretty much the penny, with that very strong downtrend as well. So definitely be watching the Qs for a rejection today at 272.50. Not only is it the 200-week SMA resistance, it's also that multi-week downtrend, and it really goes hand in hand with what we're looking at with the SPY today as well, guys. Okay, so that's going to be my approach with the SPY and the Qs, as I'm looking for those levels of resistance to be hit and the markets to sell off and pull back a little bit lower, give us some great opportunities for a day trade today that could transition into a very nice swing trade based on what we just talked about. I want to go maybe 45 to 60 days out. They'll be expensive, but it puts myself in a position to hold those contracts just in case we see what we would ideally like to see. But if all fails, right, we're not biased to the long side. We're not biased to the short side. We just want to make money in the market. So if the markets break those very key levels of resistance and they turn into support, let's get locked and loaded to the long side. We could see the Qs back up to 280. Let's trade what the market gives us. And right now, it looks like the market could give us a fantastic short today. So let's get prepared and let's make it happen, guys. All right, so I do want to go ahead and cast a vote real quick. I want to see what you guys are thinking for today, ladies and gentlemen. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? Do you think it's going to be LVWR above that $9 level for the break of that downtrend and that big time rip and run? Do you think it's going to be MYOV for that possible short today? Do you think it's going to be FNGR for that last continuation day up to $5? Or do you think it's going to be maybe one of those back burners, WLDS? Do you think it's going to be WLDS? Or do you think it's going to be maybe one of those? Nah, we won't even do that one. No, because those are dead. Let's just go ahead and do those top four. Go ahead and cast your votes, ladies and gentlemen. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? Do you think it's going to be LVWR, MYOV, FNGR, or WLDS? Cast the votes. Let me see what you guys are thinking, and we'll go ahead and get ready to rock and roll. We got about 30 seconds until the market opens on up. Everybody cast your votes, and let's make it happen. See what you guys are thinking real quick. Right now, we have about 66% of chat saying finger. Finger's going to give you the finger of the day, and nothing but profits. I like it. All right, you think FNGR above 378? Definitely potential. Let's keep it on watch, guys. I want to see it pull back to 378 first. We're all set ready to rock and roll. The stock that I'm watching out of the gates is going to be LVWR, as it is starting to break that little bit of a downtrend right above $9 support. High watch, LVWR. Again, we're watching MYOV around that $24 to $25 resistance level. And let's keep FNGR on watch here, as we do have potential up to $5. It looks like everybody in chat, a good majority, 61% of chat, thinking FNGR has the best potential. There's a new high a day, FNGR up towards around 445. LVWR is already starting to get that pop here. And then AWK was a nice little dip buy, but it opened up at 131. If AWK ever comes down to 129.50, that could be a nice daily dip buy, guys. Could be a very nice daily dip buy. All right, but right now, FNGR is absolutely your number one stock at this point in time. 434 pre-market high support. 434 pre-market high support. Your target is $5 here. All right, so right now, FNGR, wait for a better pullback here. You're starting to lose volume as the stock's moving on up. So that's just something to be mindful of, is your volume is starting to decrease here as the stock is pushing on up, which indicates it may pull back into support first, really find a better bottom, find some market structure, and then get the rip up towards around $5. Looks like AVCT is already halted, guys, and AVCT was the reverse stock split. It was the 1 to 15 reverse stock split. AVCT is already halted at this point in time. You do have RMED. That was a 1 to 50 reverse stock split. Let's keep that on watch to see if it gets any action. AVCT already popped into a halt out of the gate. 1 to 15 reverse stock split. RMED could start breaking 625 and go on a nice little spike as well. Right now, we want to see if we get a bit of a pullback here. Where could we see it pull back to here on FNGR? Well, we know the best of the best support is going to be that pre-market high. That's the most logical area to see FNGR pull back to before bouncing, right around 434. So what we're starting to see here, guys, if this candle would have went red, which it may still go red, that could be a hiccup candle. It's not a hiccup candle just yet. Right? If that would have been a red hiccup stall candle, that would have been a fantastic. It's already getting to $5. This thing said, yep, I'm just going to go to $5 and that's it. I'm never going to try and pull back for you. I'm not going to try and come back down to a nice area of support before getting the rip. I'm just going to open and go straight up and not even come back down. $5 resistance here, guys. $5 resistance at this point in time. All right, this is it's a tempting one to jump in on. But at the same time, if you're jumping in on this, guys, let's be real. You're chasing the stock. The stock just went from 420 to 480. It went 60 cents to the upside, and it hasn't seen a single pullback. You're chasing this stock. You're chasing this stock if you're buying it right now. Be smart. Be patient. Wait for the best entry, guys. All right? It will set back up. Don't have FOMO, have JOMO. The joy of missing out, knowing that the stock will probably set back up for you, right? Right. So just let it set up. Let it set up here. Tesla may be getting close for me to, add a little bit of this to my portfolio. I still want to get Tesla ideally like in the low twos. Like Tesla in the low twos, I'm all in. Between like 180 and 200 on Tesla, I'm all in. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. I may try and catch a dip buy, guys, here on LVWR. I really like dip buys, and we got that dip buy off 861 on LVWR. The halt level to the downside's 866. Yeah, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. But if this thing would have come crashing down to that lower shadow here in pre-market, that hiccup candle low of 860, that would be a really nice dip buy opportunity, guys. You could throw a stop loss 10 cents away under 850 and expect to see a nice 30 to 40 cent bounce there on LVWR. So I'm curious, are we going to get an 860 dip buy? But right now it doesn't make sense because the halt level is now 850. So LVWR, risking 10 cents on this play. I can grab a few thousand shares and look for a nice dip buy at 861 off that pre-market hiccup candle lower shadow. And again, risk maybe 10 cents at most. If it comes down, I get an 860 fill and I see it at 855, I get out. I walk away. So I am curious to see if we get an LVWR dip buy down at $8.60. While we wait for FNGR to pull back a little bit, right? Let it pull back towards around 450. Right, 450 here on FNGR, let it pull back. Nothing here on MYOV at this point in time just yet. Right now, let's see if we get a nice little 860 dip buy here on LVWR. Let's see, guys. Looking for the 860 dip buy. 30, 40 cent bounce. Like a 30 or 40 cent bounce here. And we're going to risk no more than 10 to 15 cents. Right? I mean, worst case, it comes down, we get filled, and then it doesn't even try and bounce, and we have to stop out quick. You got to get out quick. 10, 15 cents at most. It's definitely worth the risk. Couple thousand shares. And we get that nice little 30, 40 cent bounce, and who knows? It could be a massive bounce that follows through back above 9 and rips. We're not aiming for that, but we know there's potential to see that happen. The halt level right now to the downside is 833, so we definitely have some breathing room here on LVWR. I'm looking for the 861 dip buy opportunity on LVWR, guys. If we can get that nice little 50 cent drop here. Did FNGR now halted to the upside? FNGR is a tough one. Unless you guys were already just buying that out of the gate, that's a tough one, guys. It's just straight up without a pullback, without any kind of consolidation. I mean, this was a tough one. I mean, where are you guys touching this stock? Unless you guys like breakouts, fantastic if you guys like a good breakout. But this stock from the open never pulled back. You got that little red candle, but that wasn't enough of a pullback to feel confident that you wanted to get in there. The risk was just really, really high compared to the reward, knowing $5 is going to be a very strong level of resistance here. That's okay. There's some JOMO. You know, it'll set up. If you guys are in, congratulations. If you guys are not in, I would still say congratulations for not chasing the stock. Sometimes you chase a stock, you get lucky, but let's be honest. You know, the odds are not in your favor to chase stocks when they're up more than 50 cents to the upside. Let's see if we get a $9 crack on LVWR. See if we get that low 860 fill with a stop loss at 850. Again, it's a simple dip buy opportunity on a stock that has some action, on a stock that has some movement right now. It is trying to hold the IPO low at this point in time, and it could stay above $9, and that's fine if it wants to stay above $9. I'd still like to catch that dip buy a little bit lower, but if I don't get it, I don't get it, and that's A-OK. So FNGR was halted at 938.25. 938.25 was when FNGR was halted. So we'll be live at 943.25. Got about 2 minutes to go. We'll definitely shift our focus over to FNGR in about a minute 30, right before the stock goes live. But since we are sitting right here at this $9 level, and we could easily drop 40 cents here, I want to make sure we don't miss a decent dip buy opportunity on LVWR, guys. Again, 943.25 is when FNGR will be going live. Get a 40-cent crack on down on LVWR. Just a 40-cent crack on down. That's all we need. Got nice low risk, decent, actually better than decent, pretty good reward. On a nice setup, nice strategy, dip buy opportunity off that hiccup candle lower shadow. I love a good dip buy when a good dip buy presents itself. 890. It's got to be fast though. The crack of 9 and the drop to 860 needs to be very quick, very fast, very hard. If it's not a dip buy. It needs to come just right down to 860. So it's not bouncing. It's not even attempting to bounce. We're going to go ahead and have to walk away from that very quick because it's not even attempting to bounce. So yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it. I would take that dip buy again and again and again. But let's go ahead and shift our focus on over. It was definitely well worth the risk. Well managed. Get in, get out. Didn't work on out. So be it. FNGR is where we want to shift our focus to, though. Obviously. Right? The stock is just on a freaking tear to the upside. On an absolute tear to the upside, guys. Where's this bad boy going? 723 maybe? Right? Yeah, we could probably see FNGR up towards around 723 here. This is a tough one to catch though, guys. It really is. It really is. Where do you guys want to get involved? Right? No halt strategy here, just an open and squeeze. It's definitely risky stuff here, team. Right now, 723 is going to be your next major level of resistance. $8, and then up towards around those highs here, right around 880 on FNGR. Good job, guys. Grabbing it from the open. Yeah, just jumping in right at the start of the day. You guys liking it? Congratulations for jumping on in. Stir locking in some great profits to start his day over on the SPY and the Qs. Well done. Well done. Right now, I have one trade, and that was on LVWR. Very patient, very disciplined, waiting for my opportunity, not getting in, sooner. And it came right down. I got filled, and it just didn't work out. I took a little bit more risk than I wanted to, about 5 cents, but I was definitely okay with that ahead of time. And that could have easily stopped and bounced, and that would have been beautiful, but not the best dip buy. It said, not today. Not today. So FNGR, where do we get involved? What I would do is just put $5, mark up $5 support, and if we ever see it pull back to $5, there we go. But right now, guys, it's going to be a challenging one to jump in on, right? The stock has a lot of great momentum to the upside. Tons of buyers moving on into this stock. So maybe we get a halt strategy. Last halt strategy would not have worked at 530. Let's see if we get a 591 halt strategy. So on a stock of this price, maybe a 20 to 30 cent gap up. Ideally, we could see 10 cents. That's fine on a strong stock like FNGR, but maybe like 20, 30 cent gap up. Come back down to the halt level of 590, bounce, and then squeeze into the third halt. That could push you up into the 7s. So let's absolutely keep FNGR on watch for a possible halt strategy here. We'll be live at 9:48:51. So we got about a minute 30 to go here on FNGR until we're live. All right, so again, 9:48:51 here on FNGR. 9:48:51 here on FNGR, guys. We got about a minute to go. Then, yeah, ATXI is being a beast. ATXI. So these are going to be your top two plays right now at this point in time. All right, could RMED do something? It could, but not too crazy about it. AVCT, not crazy about it. WLDS, not crazy about it. FNGR looks great. We're still watching MYOV. See if this stock gets any action. So, again, ATXI and FNGR. FNGR is going to be live here in just a few moments here on FNGR. And we're looking for that possible halt strategy for that leg up towards around 723. So if we get a nice gap up here and come back down to that 590 level, there's 6. And that's the first red candle. That is no bueno there. I got filled right at that halt level. Gonna have to go ahead and cut that on that first red candle. I may have to take a little bit of a disconnect. That was a really bad fill there. Very bad fill there. Not very happy with that fill on FNGR. So I want to shut down and reboot and see why. Because that doesn't make any sense as to why it was a 612 and not a 590 with a limit order. Doesn't really make any sense there. But anyway, we're good. We're good. Starting off Q4, baby. Couple red trades, not a fan of it. Last week, absolutely on fire, crushing it. But yeah, I know it didn't gap up. I already had a limit order in at 590, and it gave me a 612 fill, which is odd. I'm just a little confused on why it was 612 and not 590. It's not a huge difference, but it's still 22 cents difference, which is odd. So, and it gap up, no gap up, and I got filled right away. I didn't even have a chance to hit the cancel button. Same thing. I got in for the halt strategy, right? But there was no gap up. Usually I cancel those out, but I didn't have a chance to cancel it out because it gave me a fill at, that 612. And very odd. But it's all good. It's all good. Not the way I wanted to start October in the first day of the week, right? Being already down $500, but I'm keeping my loss intact with where they should be, right? We're all good to go. Feeling fantastic. Right? It only takes one great trade to bounce back. So no worries there. Just got to sit back, be calm, cool, collected. We're all good. All right, so looking to see if FNGR can stay above the first halt level. All right, and the first halt level was $5.30. So right around $5.30. We are trying to hold. That's the 9 EMA as well. So let's keep it on watch around 530. If it does crack 530, it'll come back down towards around $5. Okay. I know some of you guys are watching ATXI. ATXI has been on a tear since Friday. It finally broke above the 200 SMA on Thursday. Nice big rip and run on Friday. And it's starting to move again today. Where could we possibly see ATXI go? Well, we do have some good resistance here, right around 550 here on ATXI. But look left. Where do you think we could see this stock go? 1864 to retest that spiking high. All right, so if we could ever see ATXI breaking above 1550, we could absolutely see the stock rip and run up towards around $18.64 here on ATXI. All right, so that's what we're looking at here on ATXI at this point in time for a possible 1550 break. We know we could see this squeeze up towards around 1860. FNGR, looking to see if the stock is going to hold that 530 halt level as well as the 9 EMA. Get a quick little spike, a quick little bounce here. If not, we know that $5 is a nice psychological support level here on FNGR. Is that a rug pull? That looks like a rug pull. Oof. Man, I don't like that. Really nice momentum setup, right? Nice break. I understand it definitely opened and dumped on down after that halt, which was not preferred whatsoever. But again, nice pullback into that 530 level, into the 9 EMA, showing a lot of great momentum. And then out of nowhere, massive rug pull. That was a massive, massive rug pull there. So be mindful that FNGR has already given you one pretty nice rug pull. So we know that we should be locking in some profits quick now at this point in time. Definitely not moving like it was the first 20 minutes out of the gate. Not even 20 minutes, 15 minutes. Now we're starting to see a little bit more iffy price action. So if you see a good setup, get in. Take your profits quick. The last thing I want you guys doing is getting in just a little too late, not taking your profits, and then watching the thing dump on you and taking an unnecessary loss. So just be very, very smart with how you trade this stock. Halt level right now is 497, right? So 497 is the halt level, but I see a potential dip buy at 480 underneath that hiccup candle low, underneath that candle low. I know it's a little bit lower than those three indicators, but maybe a little bit of a dip buy here. Do we have anything on a 3-minute? We don't really have much on a 3-minute. How about a 5-minute? We don't really have much on a 5-minute either. So right now, I see potential for this to come down towards around that 480, the $5 level, and hold on up as support, guys. Maybe put a little bit of a downtrend here on FNGR. Kind of see what happens. Starting to get a little bit of this head and shoulders formation on MYOV. So what we can see here is the stock is grinding on up. Momentum is falling on off. So that shows a little bit of divergence. Got a nice little uptrend that you can run here on MYOV. And you're also starting to see a little bit of this left shoulder, head, right shoulder. So I definitely want to keep this one on high watch for this possible head and shoulders formation that could pull this back down towards around VWAP, right? It's about 50 cents away. And high a day is right around that 24.86 mark. Definitely looks like it could be a nice short coming on up. However, we need to be mindful that, again, it's easy to borrow across the board, right? So if we start to see that crack on down and then we start to see it bounce on up, that could turn into a little bit of a short squeeze intraday. I want to see the first short setup and what it looks like. I don't want to jump into the first short setup. I'm very tempted to short this, but I don't want to jump into the first one. Let's see if this head and shoulders plays on out and see what the price action looks like when it does, and if it does. So let's see, guys. I'm not touching it right now. I want to see a short setup play out, observe it, look at the price action, read it, get confident, get familiar with it. If we see another short opportunity, at least I know what to expect, and I'll know exactly how to position myself around that trade. But right now, I'm not getting in at this point in time. I'm just watching to see what MYOV is going to be doing coming on up. We know we could see it come right up towards around $25 resistance here on MYOV. If we ever break 25, we have great room to 27.30. So MYOV is still definitely a top stock to keep on watch at this point in time, guys. How's the SPY looking? SPY's starting to kind of roll on back over just a little bit here. I still want to get the SPY close to that downtrend. Same thing with the Qs. I still want to try and get the Qs close to that downtrend in the 200-week SMA. If there's any kind of intraday scalp opportunities, in the meantime, we'll definitely attack that. But I'm really waiting for that key level of resistance to be hit to really, really get involved in that trade. All right, so watching MYOV at this point in time, MYOV, I'll put this off to the side. A little bit more of an expensive stock. We have ATXI and FNGR moving. You know, I still see potential down to like that $4.80 to $5 region here on FNGR. So we're going to keep that on watch down around that level. And then looking to see if ATXI can ever break 1550 here. I'm really tempted to jump into the short side on MYOV, but I think the right thing to do, knowing that 8% of the float's short, knowing that it's easy to borrow on a lot of mainstream brokers, I think the best thing to do would be A, size down really aggressively, like really, really size down, which wouldn't make any sense, or just sit back and watch it and see how it plays on out and get a sense of price action, and then apply that to the next trade that you see. So in the meantime, just kind of looking to see how low FNGR wants to go. And we have that $4.80 to $5 support. You know, ATXI is looking to try and get that break over 1550 at this point in time here on ATXI, guys. That should definitely be on high watch over 1550. Now ATXI is starting to fail here, starting to drop on off just a little bit more. We had ISM manufacturing data at 10 o'clock, guys, right? So we posted it up this morning here at 10. We had ISM manufacturing data, which was of high importance at 10 a.m. So actual, okay, was 50.9. The forecast was 52.9. Previously was 52.8. So right there at 10 o'clock, we're starting to get some action here. Again, ISM manufacturing PMI for September, 50.9 versus the 52.2, which was expected. All right, we're starting to see a little bit of a rally there. Again, I'm watching the SPY at 363. I'm still watching the SPY here at that 363 level, which is that multi-week downtrend. I want to see what the SPY is going to do right around that level of resistance. Maybe there's a great opportunity to get involved to the short side as the SPY comes into that downtrend right around 363. We'll have to see. I'm very tempted to short MYOV right now. Very tempted to short this stock. All right, ATXI is dumping on off. FNGR broke the downtrend, but needs to get back above 530. MYOV is very, very tempting for a crack of this trend line off a little bit of that head and shoulders formation, or just that triple top. We'll still keep it on watch. I think there's a good opportunity right around the corner with MYOV. But just kind of sitting back, waiting patiently for the SPY to get up towards around that 363 region. And kind of the same thing with the Qs, sitting back patiently, looking to see if the Qs can pop back up towards around that 272.50, which is our 200-week SMA, as well as that multi-month downtrend. So let's see what we got coming on up. The SPY and the Qs, we're getting pretty darn close there on the SPY. We're getting pretty darn close at this point in time. Let's see what the SPY is going to do at that 363 level. You're on the SPY. You know, it is a little overextended at the same time. We'll have to see. Are we going to get that 363 rejection? Are we going to pull back a little bit to like maybe 362-ish? Like 362 pullback? And then we get that break? Watching the SPY very closely here, team. Very closely here on the SPY. Maybe a quick little pullback to 362 before it may break and bounce. You know, before it may come back down and bounce, and then break that downtrend and move higher. We could come into this trend line for the third point and bounce here as well. But before we break this downtrend, I do think we see a quick pullback Then we find support, bounce, then break if we're going to break. If we're not going to break, we expect to see a nice little sell-off right here at this point in time. Again, 362 is a decent little level of support. That's that pre-market high right around 362. We could also come back down to this trend line, which puts you right around 361.5. Broke above 363, just like that, with ease, it looks like. Right above. Let's see if it's going to hold that level on up now. It's going to come right back below that 363. As long as it stays above 363, it does have potential to squeeze on up here as we are starting to break that downtrend. We could see 366 next. Here on the SPY, again, we're sitting right at that downtrend. I want to see what happens. We're kind of making up our mind right now at this point in time here. Making up our mind here. All right, while the SPY kind of does its thing and figures itself out, FNGR, again, we're just waiting for this thing to pull back a little bit lower for us. 480 to $5, but right now, nothing really going on there. Here on MYOV, right off that $25 resistance level for a crack of the trend line, we see we have very clear divergence, and it really stands out to us. I still want to keep MYOV on high watch here as well, team. SPY looks like it maybe want to really break that downtrend. And if we open this up into a higher time frame and we start to break this downtrend, where do we think we're going to see the SPY go? Right around 366 next. And then I would say back up towards around 370 here on the SPY. And the Qs are getting extremely close to that 200-week SMA. It's going to be testing that as a level of resistance, guys. FNGR is just a little slow and steady right now at this point in time. A little slow and steady here. Looking to see if this thing will ever set back up for us. Right now, we're just sitting back being patient. Still watching MYOV here around $25. And then obviously watching the SPY and the Qs at this point in time as well. But I want to see if FNGR is going to come down around $5 and maybe bounce for us. You got VWAP right there around $4.97. $5 psychological support as well. You could see it as low as 482, but I still think there may be a little bit of potential left with FNGR if we definitely try and hold that $5 level up. Let's see. Maybe a little bit of a false breakout over 25. Maybe see MYOV kind of drop like everything else has kind of dropped so far today. ATXI dropping on off. So MYOV is starting to crack that trend line. So this is a good time to watch MYOV and how it reacts. So we are starting to crack this uptrend on MYOV after coming up very close to $25 resistance. We see that divergence. We're going from the bullish side to the bearish side of this trend line here on MYOV. I want to see what the price action looks like, because if it just squeezes right back up and pushes over 25, we know we shouldn't look to short the stock today. We know that we want to wait for those attempted cracks. They start to get bid back up and you start to see that squeeze. We want to be able to jump into those squeezes to lock in some profits. So let's see what happens here on MYOV here as we are starting to crack that trend line just a little bit. Is it going to dump on off and really fall on its face and come crashing back down to 24? Or is it going to go and just squeeze on up back up to 25 bucks? As the stock is, again, easy to short. Right now, there's about 3 million shares short on the stock as of Friday's close. So SPY off to the side. I do not want to miss an opportunity here on the SPY. Definitely don't want to miss an opportunity on the Qs either. Right now, let's kind of see both of these two kind of settle down here a little bit after that ISM manufacturing data at 10 and see exactly where we think find the Qs are to be going. Yeah, VIX is back down into the 30s now, yeah. So, I mean, hey, we could definitely be seeing a short-term reversal, right? Breaking that downtrend. The SPY above its 200-week SMA, right? We could start to see a short-term bounce back up to 366, back up to 370, right? And kind of retest some of these prior lows here. The Qs, we still need to see the Qs clear the downtrend and the 200-week SMA. But for the SPY, we're in the clear with the SPY, it looks like right now at this point in time, to see some more action to the upside. The Qs still have a little bit more work, but definitely possible as well. How's FNGR looking? FNGR really lost that activity, really lost that action. Not too much going on with FNGR right now at this point in time. So again, right now, just kind of sitting back, waiting for the next best opportunity. Took the dip buy on LVWR. Didn't pan on out. FNGR for the attempted halt strategy. Not enough time to cancel the order. Bad fill. Not sure why. It is what it is. So not right where I want to be right now. Definitely want to see some green, but I'm not going to chase anything. Not going to force anything. I want to, again, sit back, be patient, and really just make sure that the next trade that we identify is, again, another great trade. Both of these were great trades. I would take them again. They didn't play on out. I'm not upset. Still sitting back waiting for the next best opportunity to present itself. Where's it going to be? You got VSAT VSAT, currently up on the day 47%. At this point in time, it's been halted a couple of times as well. What's going on here? 9 o'clock, 5 o'clock. To sell its 16 tactical data links business to L3 Harris Technologies for $2 billion. And you got LSAT. Get some great action to the upside here today, guys. Probably going to try and work its way up into this pretty strong resistance level of 4770-ish. Kind of sit back and wait and see where this stock wants to go. I should have taken my short on MYOV, but I wanted to do the right thing and see how that price action looked. Next short opportunity that we see, I'd feel pretty confident to take it, knowing that it's probably not going to squeeze on up. And there's FNGR back down around $5. Buy's not really doing too much here. You know, it did break that downtrend, and we're kind of seeing a little bit of this intraday retest of that downtrend as support. So worth watching here. Right around this 363 on the SPY. Definitely worth watching. And then it's definitely worth watching the Qs here above 270 support. The SPY holds 363 and rips and bounces up to 366. That can definitely help the Qs hold 270 up to 270, 250. And I do believe that's where we're probably going to see the Qs go before we see more selling than anything is going to be that 200-week SMA. Yep, that's exactly what I'm thinking. That little bit of that break and retest above 270 here. It's actually 269.80, but we'll call it 270 because that's that nice psychological level. But we want to see the SPY hold on up as well and get that move to 366. That's most likely, with like 80-90% confidence, going to pull the Qs up towards around the 200-week SMA, right around 270, 250. Should have definitely taken my short on MYOV. That would have got me back into the green. That's unfortunate, but hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. Sitting back, being patient, waiting for the next best opportunity to present itself. And it looks like that was probably the best one. That was probably the best one. All right, let's make sure we're not missing anything. What do we have on the scanners? Anything else that's standing out? WALD. WALD, nothing there. VSAT, slow, steady grind. How about PBR? Let's go take a look at PBR. PBR is getting really, really close. That 1392 was the spiking high, the high a day here before the gap down in the dump. So you could have a little bit of resistance here on PBR right around this 1392 level. Let's put this into like a 1 hour. Can we get a little bit of a better visual of that possible downtrend here on PBR? Off those highs, connected on down. That would have already broken that downtrend. So yeah, you're going to have a little bit of resistance on PBR right around this like $13.90 to $14 level. I would say your support could put you right around probably that 50 SMA intraday, maybe like right around a 1370 support level, but I would just run a trend line here intraday. I would just run a trend line. As long as you hold the trend line, you're bullish. You crack the trend line, you're bearish. You are right at this 1390 resistance level, and if you do break above that in 14, you could see another little spike on up to like 1450, and then maybe to start closing that gap at 1438. So I mean, you got a little bit of action to the upside, a little bit of potential to maybe start closing that little gap here between 1415 and like 1438. So I mean, there's a little bit of potential, but it's not a massive mover, right? From its low of day, 1354, to these highs. It's definitely taken a little bit to really move this thing at this point in time on PBR. So definitely watch it. You know, if you break 1390, yeah, you got some potential, but you're not really seeing the increase in volume. You're not really seeing that movement and that activity here on PBR at this point in time. Yeah, if it breaks 1392, I'd say room to 1415, and then up to that lower shadow from the gap down, 1438. Yeah, be careful. Just lack of volume. It's not really aggressively moving. If you ever crack the trend line, look for a short-term drop on down here. Could be a double top. Could crack the trend line, go to the bearish side, start dumping on off. If that happens, you definitely don't want to be long on it. If you hold the trend line on up, that could lead to a breakout up into those higher targets that you have set here on PBR. FNGR is pretty much dead right now at this point in time. Pretty much dead. Looks like MYOV probably just wants to continue to fade and fall today. Again, it does have support back down at 2060. Qs? Yeah, as long as you're above 270 on the Qs, great potential up to 272.50 here on the Qs. And then the SPY, we know the SPY has room to 366. Now we got MYOV cracking below that 2380. It's trying to crack below 2380. I do believe it'll come down to low a day here. Get that low a day little doji it put in on that 1 minute. But you're right around 2345. So you may get a nice drop on down. Another 40, give or take, 40 to 50 cents before seeing a bigger bounce here on MYOV. I still do want to keep it on watch, though. It is one of our top stocks on the day. It's currently leading the board, number 3. Actually, number 5 on the leaderboard. LOGC doesn't count. That's a reverse stocks, or not a reverse split. That's acquisition, so LOGC doesn't really count. So it's really number 4 on the leaderboard right now at this point in time. I still want to keep it on watch. FNGR right now is not really doing anything. ATXI is trying to grind on back up, but it had that pretty nasty rug pull there from 15 below 14 bucks in the matter of like a few seconds. I definitely see a little bit of risk here with ATXI, but still going to keep it on watch just to see if ATXI ever breaks that $15 resistance, 1550. We know it could go on a nice big spike to 1864, but also keep in mind you've had a couple nice rug pulls today. So play it very, very safe. Be very, very smart. So B, I would assume that traders are looking to take this stock to the highs. Right around 547. Right around the IPO open high, 547. Right now we can see we had intraday resistance at 450. 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times. Nice break. So old resistance, new support. So support's going to be down at $4.50 here on BEAT. You got $5 resistance, and you ever see a $5 break on BEAT, traders are most likely looking to take this up to that 547. All right, so let's keep, BEAT on watch as well. Definitely some opportunity, definitely some movement. Let's see it break and retest and possibly come back down towards around that 450 level. Again, ATXI still on watch. MYOV as well. And that's really what we have right now at this point in time. Look at FNGR. There's just not a lot going on with FNGR. We can pretty much count that one as dead on the day. So the 3 stocks that have the best potential right now at this point in time, BEAT back down around 450 support for the bounce and the leg up to 5. And then 547 on BEAT. Number 2, ATXI for the break over 1550. But be mindful, the stock likes to dump and gives you a lot of these little rug pulls. Be smart, trade it safe. And then MYOV. Looking to see if MYOV is ever going to set up for us. I mean, it was very challenging and really not a lot of opportunity on this stock until the crack and retest of that trend line, in which I did not take. Wanted to see what the price action looked like. And now if we ever see another great short opportunity, I would take it. I would absolutely look to take it. 100%. Yeah, so in the options chain, so we could just do that TOS wide. So go up to your setup, Mr. Steve. Go up to setup. Go to your application settings. All right. When you're in your application settings, if I'm not mistaken, you go into... Let me find it for you. 1 second. Maybe somewhere else. It may be in a different settings. Where is order defaults? There we go. Order defaults. Duh. And then go over to options. And then change your default quantity of orders from 10 to, say, 3. Order quantity increments, you can leave it to 1, but your default quantity of orders, that's going to be from 10 to 3. You can change your default order type, your default stop type, all that good stuff. Again, within your application settings, order defaults, options, apply those settings. You'll be all set, ready to rock. Absolutely, Ben. Absolutely. All right, so right now it's 10:30. I've had 2 trades on the day. 2 small losers that add up to a nice little loss. 1 great trade would definitely make that back. I haven't really seen anything else, though, that's really standing out to me that I want to jump in on. Right, that was a nice break and retest call from Corey there for the break and retest over pre-market highs. You know, that's already up about, pretty much 2 points, give or take about 2 points at this point in time, guys. Working its way up to that 272.50. The SPY right now, nice break and retest of that multi-week downtrend here intraday, working its way up to its next target of 366, slow and steady. Right, looking at MYOV, we don't really have anything to go off of right here at this point in time. Sitting back, waiting for the next best setup. ATXI, the stock likes to dump on off. Be smart. And then BEAT, let's see if we can pull back towards around 450 at this point in time. We got WLDS. WLDS, let's go take a look at that. Yeah, I got a nice little slow and steady move here. Nice little slow, steady push and pull, push and pull, push and pull action here on WLDS. Here's what I would do on WLDS. Run yourself a nice little trend line here on this stock. Okay, as long as you hold above this trend line, you're considered bullish. The second you start to crack that trend line, you're considered bearish. Where can we see WLDS go today? Back up to those pre-market highs of 166. So again, just nice push, nice pullback, nice push, nice pullback, nice push. What do we want to see? Nice pullback into what? The uptrend. Look for your entry for that next push, right? Take some profits. Let it pull back. Maybe you want to get back in on the pullback. Wait for your next push. And again, all the way up towards around those highs in the mid 160s on WLDS. And you're starting to see what could be, right? And I wouldn't really put that much emphasis on this formation because it's occurring at a high, not at a low of day. But you're starting to see a little bit of that left shoulder, right? A little bit of this left shoulder, head, right shoulder, a little bit of a neckline here on ATXI. Some would say you have a little bit of that inverted head and shoulders formation that could lead to a breakout and a move on up. But remember, head and shoulders formations are reversal formations, right? So head and shoulders, we find at high days. Inverted head and shoulders, we find at low of days, at lows, at bottoms of downtrends. We're not really at the bottom of a downtrend. We're kind of just sitting sideways. So I wouldn't put that much emphasis into it, but just wanted to point that out. You have a little bit of this shoulder, head, right shoulder. You would see you would have a slight little neckline that could be broken for a nice little pop. ATXI is still on high watch. You know, if we ever break 1550 here on ATXI, we know it could spike on up to around 1860. So it should be on watch here, guys. All right, so in MYOV, just kind of sitting back. Same thing with the spine to Qs, just kind of sitting back, guys. So right now, I'm not really seeing too much that I'm in love with, guys. I'm just kind of sitting back and just waiting for the trade to come to me, to come to us. If you guys see anything right now, let me know. The only stocks that I'm looking at is BEAT, but there's no way I'm touching the stock here at $5. Not going to happen. ATXI. Corey's saying he sees a little bit of a head and shoulders. I see a little bit of the inverse head and shoulders. It's crazy. You can have two great traders look at one stock and see two separate things. I'm seeing a little bit of that bounce at 1335 for the pop up to 15. I could be way off, though. So far, I was off on LVWR. Didn't read that one correctly. FNGR. I read it correctly. It just the little order issue there. But we'll sit back and see. I keep looking I keep looking for a new entry into something and just not quite getting the good vibe confirmation I'd like to see. So I'm taking my profit and heading out for the heading out. What? Oh, and heading out. Period. I didn't even see the period. Yeah, I'm not reading anything good today, guys. I got to get some sleep. Stay disciplined. Stick to your plans. As always, Alpha. Thank you, Mr. Stir. Have a good one. Good job coming in, locking in those profits and making it happen, boss. I do see that potential left shoulder, head, right shoulder. And again, I don't know why I was seeing left shoulder, head, right shoulder. I could just be looking too much into the I think it's going to break and go long. So I'm just in my subconscious envisioning like long opportunities, long setups versus sitting back unbiased. Like, all right, I don't know where it's going. I have no idea. Up or down, 50-50. What do I see here? What really stands out to me versus bringing buys to the table? And that could be it, because I'm a little biased that, hey, this could break 15-50 and rip up to 18. So that biasness could have me clouded, only seeing long setups that fit with my biasness towards the long side. That's very possible. So, and that's why I wanted to point out that you don't see inverted head and shoulders at highs of day. You see them at bottoms of downtrends. That's when the best of the best really present themselves. That's crazy that literally Corey says the same thing. My subconscious right now is so bearish. That's the first thing my brain sees, and I literally don't even see that message until I'm sitting there. Maybe it's my mind and my biasness to the long side why I'm seeing that. It's very possible, guys. That really does happen. Your biasness takes over. It clouds your judgment. You're not as clear. You start really just trying to find reasons that fit with that biasness of long or short versus coming in saying, listen, I don't know. I'm 50-50. Long or short, I don't care. Where's the opportunity in the market? You'll start really seeing what you need to see to take the best of the best trades without any biasness there. All right, so, like BEAT, I know we have room to that 547 level, 547. Right now, where are you touching this stock? After we saw it spike, where are you getting in? I'm not really getting in here. It's not pulling back enough for me. Right now, it's breaking over 5. I'm not buying breakouts right now in this market. I'm not a breakout trader. Okay, but that wasn't a big enough pullback for me. If that would have came back down to 550, maybe that would have been a nice trade, but it came down to 467 before spiking on up again. I don't see a reason to be getting involved. 1 minute time frame, I see nothing. 5 minute, I don't see anything. The 3 minute, I don't really see much. Maybe just that first pullback into the 9 EMA. Only one reason to take that trade. So I'm not really seeing anything right now on BEAT. As long as it stays above 5, it technically has room to 547. That's it. As long as it stays above 5, you got about 47 cents to the upside. But as far as like a strategy goes, not really seeing too much. I'm just looking to see if, ATXI is going to get a little bit of bounce back up above VWAP, back up to 1550. Would I short FNGR? If I were to short FNGR, I would have looked for a short a long time ago. I just feel like you're chasing the short in a sense, right? The stock already spiked from $4 to $6.20, right? If you guys were buying this at 530, 550, 570, right? You're kind of chasing this to the long side. The stock just dumped from 620 all the way down to this 460 level. So the stock's already dropped a massive, $1.50 to the downside. Don't you kind of think of it the same way that you may be chasing a short to the downside in a sense that the best long is here, the best short's here, obviously. Now, there are opportunities along the way up for longs, and yes, there's going to be opportunities for the way down, but it definitely seems like it's already dropped off quite a bit. How much lower could you possibly see this thing go before it bounces? 420. Why 420? Well, that was the breakout point, right? That was our pre-market resistance level. We opened and we broke 425. So I would say right now that, yeah, before you see a bigger bounce and a possible reversal, I would say that would probably happen down towards around 425. So at least we know that's where your ideal target is on FNGR, is back down around 425. At least we know that's your ideal target. Now, what's your ideal entry? Well, below $5 ideally, right? But you are below this 482. Remember that 482 hiccup candle? You came down and you bounced off that hiccup candle. You lost it. It turned in to a good amount of resistance. So if it stays below 480, that could be a good short down to 425. If it doesn't stay below 480, as long as it's below $5, it's still a pretty good short. So I would say below $5 is a good short. So it pops up to 5. Maybe you're thinking about getting short, but it looks even better if it can stay below this 480 to 483 level and get its next leg down to that 425. So you have an idea of where you'd like to get in between 480 and $5. If it breaks over 5, it's probably going to start squeezing again. So you know that you want to be stopping out of this if we're closing and breaking over $5. And we know where the target is, down towards around 425, and that's the most logical place to see FNGR come down to before it tries to reverse, before it tries to bounce, or anything like that, right? So you got a couple areas in which you could start a short position on FNGR. You know stops need to be over 5. That's putting it above the VWAP as well. And your best final target back down at that 425 level. Again, nothing with the SPY and the Qs right now at this point in time. Nothing with MYOV. Nothing with ATXI. I mean, honestly, ATXI possibly. And what we could be seeing here with ATXI is just this support level that came in at 1335. And we bounced. We lost it. Regained it. Retesting it. We could definitely see our regain followed by our retest. That higher low push formation for a break of this downtrend back up to high a day, right? So I really like when we have good support, we lose that support level, regain it instantaneously, pull back for a higher low retest, we get that retest, that level holds on up, we get a nice little bounce, and that bounce follows through with some nice action for a nice little pop to the upside. And that's exactly what we're probably going to start seeing here coming on up with ATXI. You know, as long as we're holding above that 1330-ish level of support, right across that 1330 to 1335 level of support that we just came down to, we could absolutely continue to see some buyers move on in, breaking this downtrend for that next leg on up. So definitely going to be watching ATXI at this point in time to see what happens. BEAT is really starting to come back down hard and heavy. We know we have 449, 450 support here on BEAT. And we know we have $25 resistance here on MYOV. So again, sitting back, being patient, guys. Sitting back, being patient. It's been almost an hour since I've had a position open. I've had 2 trades, 2 red. FNGR, because the fill, I exceeded my loss by a little bit, but I wasn't exceeding my loss due to a bad plan. So that's the exception, right? I'm a little above my ideal loss I'd like to take per trade. It was the right size. It was the right idea, and I had the right plan, but that extra 22 cents of slippage put me slightly above what I'm okay with losing per trade. So I know it wasn't an issue on my part with taking too much size or not honoring my stop loss. It was just that initial fill and the initial slippage, so we're good to go. So again, we're just looking for one great trade, one great opportunity that'll definitely put us back into the green with just that one great trade. But I'm not going to force it, and I'm not going to take something that's just not there. So I'm sitting back on MYOV. I want to see what happens up towards around 25 bucks. ATXI, curious to see if we start breaking this downtrend. Maybe we can start breaking 1550 and have a nice little spike up into the 1860 level. And then kind of sitting back as well with BEAT. Looking to see what we have coming on up. Is BEAT shortable? I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it. BEAT not shortable. All right, so again, it's really between two stocks. ATXI for the break of the downtrend. Back up to 1550. And then MYOV, just looking to see if it ever sets up. Curious, is ATXI shortable? I think it is. ATXI shortable. Yeah, ATXI is shortable. Yep. It is. And the only reason I would even think about a short is because the last couple of times that it's been decent, like it's been trying to set up, it rug pull, right? You get this massive rip on up, try to get that VWAP bounce, and then blah, it just dumps on off. If we ever start to see the thing look like it wants to dump on off, there could be another rug pull right around the corner. And if we start to see that type of price action that suggests rug pull, I mean, the stock is shortable. I would be willing to short the stock. I mean, I shorted it last week. It was a decent little drop. We've had a couple nice rug pulls so far, so I wouldn't be opposed to jumping into the short side if we start to see that rug pull type of price action here, guys. We know we have $15 resistance and then $15.50 resistance. We know if we ever break that level and stay above that level, we have great potential to see a spike up towards around 1860. So we got that $15 resistance, a little bit of this trend line here as well after we just broke the downtrend. So now I want to see if the stock is going to stay above this trend line at this point in time. And we do have $15 resistance right now here on ATXI. So again, if we were to take a short, stops would be over 15. If it breaks 15, it's probably going to squeeze the 1550 and attempt the 1550 break. Going to start cracking this trend line coming on up. I'd like to jump into the short side, as we know it could dump on off about $1.30 here on ATXI, but I don't want to get in too early. But at the same time, I definitely see an opportunity if we start to see that rug pull type of price action that we've seen 1, 2, 3 times so far today. I am watching this one like a hawk right now at this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, like a hawk. Looking to see what we have coming on up. Spreads are decent. Spreads are about 20 cents, 25-cent spreads here on ATXI. Now it's trying to pop on up a little bit. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if it tries to break 15. 1482, 1485, 1482, 1467. Again, I'm just looking to see if we get that rug pull type of price action. 1507, 1520, 1488. Bad fill again. Terrible fill. What is going on? I got to shut down. That is a whack fill. That is not supposed to be that bad of a fill on a limit order. What is going on here? $15 limit, but a 1480 entry. I'm very confused right now. I'm not happy with the fills. I'm going to have to call and reach out and see what's going on. I don't know if it's my internet, my VPN, what's going on, but that is not supposed to be happening like that at all. Those are 2 limit orders back to back that have been terrible. So let's see if it works out, but I'm already supposed to be up 20 cents a share. I'm already supposed to be up 20 cents a share here based on my limit order. Let's see if it gives you that rug pull type of price action. It was looking for that false breakout over 15, followed by that nasty price action that indicated a little bit of a rug pull. But right now, I may have to get out sooner than later because it's not really getting that rug pull type of drop. And again, my entry just wasn't what it should have been. Put a limit order on the table, and you still get filled 20 cents less. It doesn't make sense. Light speed's never that bad. So I am closing this out right around that cost basis of 1480. If I can get filled on the bid, I'm trying to get filled on the bid here. I just got filled on the bid on the last one. 1481 cost basis. I'm just throwing some limit orders out there on the bid, trying to see if I get filled. Since the bid is down at 1460, I'm going to hold a little bit longer to see if we do indeed start to get that drop. But if we start to see it pop back up towards around 15, I'm going to start getting out of this. Yeah, so I would already be up 30 cents a share, and that would have been a really nice bounce back if that entry would have been right at that 15 bucks. We have to reach out to support today and ask what is going on. Talk to their trade desk and see what the deal could be. If it ever cracks that trend line in the VWAP, it could definitely still crack and dump on off. Going to give it a few more seconds just to see if it does end up cracking on down. But worst case, I see the ask at 1480, the bid creeping back up. I start walking away because, again, I was intended to be in around $15. Duh, limit order at 15 bucks, 1501. But to get filled at 1481 throws me off a little bit. 20 cents is 20 cents. Let's see. Give it a few more seconds here. See if it does get that crack on down. But we start to see it back above 1480. I just start closing out. Because it could definitely follow through and start to break here. I'm getting out here right at, yep, I'm getting out right at 1480. That's a little frustrating there. I'm curious to see what happens, because if this cracks 1450 and dumps $1, I'm going to walk away for a second. And I'm going to call them. I'm going to express my frustration to my broker, like, what is going on? Because that was 2 back-to-back, and I'm just confused on what it is. What's the dealio? For realio, what's the dealio? All right, guys, it is coming up towards around 11 o'clock anyway. So we are going to end up diving into our 11 o'clock little disconnect, little break. Again, 3 minutes or so. Get up, stretch, go grab a drink of water, do what you guys got to do. The market's pretty slow right now anyway. There's a 14 there. All right, I think it's break time because I'm going to call them real quick and see what's going on, because that threw me off on this trade. That definitely threw me off. just the bad fill just completely took me away from the trade I had built in the first place. To being at 15, to get that dump, that would have put me back at break even. But again, that whole bad fill just got me thrown off there a little bit, which kind of, I just got out of it because I'm a little frustrated in the two back-to-back bad fills with limit orders that don't make any sense. I might as well just go back to freaking market orders. Those are always great. But it is coming on up until 11 o'clock, guys. Let's take our quick little 3 to 5 minute break. I'm going to call my broker real quick, see what's going on, and go from there. Right now, I'm down 580 on the day, which, again, not bad. One great trade, simple bounce back. We're all set. And we'll see what we have here this afternoon, right around lunch. Dive into a nice little afternoon lesson, an afternoon topic, get you guys educated, have some fun with it, guys, answer any questions, review some trades. Again, we will make it happen. I'll see you guys back here in just a couple minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is 11 o'clock. So, no one answered. No one answered. Please leave a message. We are getting a lot of calls right now. Like, oh yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe because everybody's calling. Like, what's going on right now? Yeah, I assume it's probably an update they need to push, or there's something internal. It happens every now and then. It could not even be the fills. This could be inaccurate. That's actually happened before due to a glitch with using a VPN, because I have a VPN that I use. You gotta log in with the VPN and blah, 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 blah. And I've had that happen before, which showing me inaccurate fills. But in my actual dashboard, when I log in and I look at it, it's actually not accurate what I'm seeing on the platform compared to what's actually being processed internally. So my fills could all be correct. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. It's not a big deal. We're gonna bounce back and have some fun. But right now at this point in time, things are pretty slow. Things are pretty dead, right? Look at the big nasty rug pull on BEAT. Look at that. Head and shoulders formation. Nasty rug pull. BEAT getting absolutely destroyed to the downside. ATXI losing all of the movement, losing all of the hype. Nothing really going on with ATXI at this point in time. MYOV really slow as well. I mean, I'm not really seeing anything at this point in time that stands out to me as far as a great opportunity to lock in some great profits. So right now, we're going to dive into a little bit of an afternoon discussion, afternoon lesson. And this kind of goes back into last week, right? Last week, there was a great trade that we had called out, and that trade actually went south. But I want to break it down because I also talked to a few members after the fact that took that trade that didn't understand where it went wrong. And after talking to a lot of members that took that trade, the biggest issue with that trade was the preparation around the trade, the confirmation that you need to actually execute the entry, right? The targets, the stop losses, etc. And last week, that was a strategy that I realized we haven't had a lesson done on that strategy in over a year and a half. And that is the 5-minute reversal strategy. So today, I just want to give you guys a quick little rundown on the 5-minute reversal strategy, the criteria behind it, how to trade it, all that good stuff. Maybe it's a strategy that you guys like. Maybe you got to add it to your arsenal, add it to your tool belt of strategies that work for you in the market. But it's extremely imperative that we understand the strategy itself, what to look for, right? The confirmation that needs to be met, how to even trade it in the first place, taking the right trade, getting the right entry, having the stop loss in the system ready to go. And again, making sure you're not getting in too early, making sure you're not getting in too late, that you understand the strategy and how to trade it flawlessly. And again, we're going to pull this out of the Alpha archive. It's been a year and a half since we've talked about this, and we're going to do a nice little refresher today, once again, on the 5-minute reversal strategy. All right, guys? So without further ado, let's dive into it. Shouldn't take that long whatsoever. Again, give you that brief little breakdown, a little run through. And if you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. But again, we're going to title this the 5 minutes reversal strategy. Right? And by the name, right? 5-minute reversal strategy. I'm sure everybody knows, right, that this is going to happen on a 5-minute time frame. Right? So if we talk criteria, which I like talking criteria about everything, is the first piece of criteria here is going to be that we're looking at this on a 5-minute time frame. Okay, so that is the first piece of criteria here, is we want to actually be looking at those 5-minute candles, not a 1 minute, not a 3 minute, not a 15 minute. The 5-minute reversal strategy, you're looking at a 5-minute time frame. Okay, number one. Number two, okay, the second piece of criteria for the 5-minute reversal is you would ideally like to see 3 to 5 5-minute candles to the downside, right? So this is going to be a long reversal trade, right? If you were to classify this, is this a long or a short, right? Is it a continuation or is this a reversal formation, right? So this is a long setup, okay? And it's a reversal, okay? So it's not a high day continuation formation, right? Like maybe an ascending triangle or bull flag. It's a long setup, but we're looking for a reversal. So if the stock is falling on down, right, and we're looking for that reversal to take it long for a quick little move on back up. All right, so that is, again, what the classification is here. It's a long setup. We're taking these long, and they are reversal formations. Again, a 5-minute reversal strategy. Criteria number one is we're looking at that 5-minute time frame. Okay, criteria number two, ideally, we want to see 3 to 5 candles to the downside. Right, so we want to see 3 to 5 candles to the downside. Okay. Criteria number 3 is ideally, right? This doesn't always have to happen, but if we get all of this criteria and we can check each one off, it gives us a high probability setup, an 80-20 setup. Not every piece of criteria has to be met to a T, especially when it comes to the next piece of criteria, criteria 3, but the more the better, guys. Okay, so the third piece of criteria is on those 3 to 5 candles to the downside, pulling back and falling on decreased volume. Decreased volume. Okay, so we're on a 5-minute time frame, 3 to 5 candles to the downside on decreased volume. Number 4, into a level of support. Okay, into a level of support. Now, this could be an actual level of support that you've identified on a daily chart, right, on a higher time frame. Maybe you're looking at a pre-market high, whatever the case is. Maybe it's a 20 EMA. Maybe it's the VWAP. Maybe it's that 9 EMA into a valid level of support. Number 4. And the fifth and final piece of criteria is the very last candle that forms must be a doji. So a doji candle at the bottom. All right. So that's going to be your criteria for the 5-minute reversal strategy. These are long setups. We want to take them long. They are reversal formations. That's how we classify the 5-minute reversal strategy, is they are reversal formations and we want to take them long. We're looking at a 5-minute time frame, 3 to 5 candles to the downside, ideally on decreased volume into a level of support, and we see a doji form right at the bottom. Ideally, we want to see the spreads of the candles getting smaller and smaller and smaller as well, because the smaller the spread along the way down, the tighter our risk reward is, right? Compared to our entry and our stop loss and our targets. It's better that way. And I'll explain here with a couple of different examples. So the first example I'm going to give you is going to be an example of the spreads that are still large at the bottom of this 5-minute reversal. So let's say scenario number 1 is you have this big red candle, right? The next candle is still pretty big. The next candle is still pretty big, right? You see how they're just, these candles are still pretty big. But let's say you do indeed get this candle down here and it indicates a little bit of a doji. Let's say you see that. You're like, all right, well, I see a little bit of this doji here, right? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles to the downside. All right, I got 5 to the downside. Let's say these did occur on decreased volume. And let's say that all of this happened into a level of support. In the last candle at the bottom, you see a doji, you see a spinning top. Well, these spreads are pretty large. They're pretty equal, right? These have equal spreads from, again, the candle body to the candle close, right? The open, the close, the open, the close. There's no upper shadows or lower shadows for this example, right? Just open and close, open and close. They're all equal in size, right? So the spreads are equal. Even this doji candle at the bottom has an equal spread. The reason why we want to see smaller spreads down towards the bottom is because when it comes down to an entry and a stop loss, it gives us, again, a tighter stop loss on that particular trade. And here's how. So let's say that this is one that you saw and you want to take the trade. Your entry on this particular strategy is the next 5-minute candle to make a new high, right? So this green line would be your entry. So if the next candle were to come through and open up, right, and it's moving, right, and it were to start breaking that last 5-minute candle high, that green line confirms your entry. But your stop losses go below the last 5-minute candle low. So your stop loss would be way down here. Look at how big that spread is, right? Look at how big that window is from where your entry is where your stop loss is. It's pretty large, right? So if I were to see on a 5-minute time frame, 3 to 5 candles to the downside on decreased volume into a level of support with a doji, but I see that the spread on that doji candle is still pretty large, I would not take that trade. right? Because again, from the entry to the stop loss is just a bit too large. Because the other thing that you could see as well that we didn't talk about is this kind of doji. Maybe you get a hammer doji, right? Where it's a beautiful doji, but it's a hammer doji. Same thing, guys, right? Your entry is going to be the next 5-minute candle to make a new high. We know that. Your stop loss goes below the previous 5-minute candle low. So we know that your stop loss is going to be right down here. So let's say the next candle opens on up here, right? We get the next candle to open and we see it break and we get our confirmation on the entry. We know our entry and our stop. It's just a pretty big window from a stop loss perspective. Because again, that was a very large spread of that doji candle. So again, those are the types of 5-minute reversals that I would not trade. Because again, from the entry to the stop loss is just a bit too large. These are the ones that I love, that I like, that I'll trade. And we actually saw this on the ticker last week that we called out. It went against us, but the loss was only 8 cents per share and the reward was upwards of 30 cents if it would have played on out, which made it a great risk reward setup. All right. So from a visual perspective, this is really what we want to see. Usually that first candle that starts is the biggest candle. And then the second one, it's not as big of a spread. And then the third, not as big of a spread. You kind of see it just dying off to the downside, right? It's kind of like momentum is dying on off, right? Here, momentum is increasing to the downside, right? So if you see momentum increasing to the downside, you probably don't want to be looking at a 5-minute reversal strategy. We want to see momentum decreasing to the downside, because when we see selling momentum decreasing, it's easier to see buyers step back in and buyers take control and actually see this reversal. But if you see every candle getting larger and larger and larger as it's falling, you actually see an increase in selling momentum. So this one right here, absolutely not. That would not be a good looking formation as far as those candles falling on down for a 5-minute reversal. We actually want to see that momentum decreasing. And that's something that we can see by how fast it's falling, right? By how those spreads of those candles are. We can even look at our momentum indicator to get a great indication. And then again, we pair that with volume. So again, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 candles all falling on down. And what's beautiful is this candle here, that's going to be our example for the doji, is a nice small candle, right? Look at that candle. Nice and small. And why is that unique? Why is that nice? Why do we want to see that? Because we know that if we get our next 5-minute candle to make a new high, we know that our entry is going to be right around that green line, right? So if our next candle were to open and break over this doji candle high, that confirms an entry. Where do our stop losses go on this particular strategy? Below that doji candle low. Look at this scenario, nice and tight. Right? The stop loss isn't as far away compared to the entry when that doji candle has a really nice low spread. Okay. So from a visual perspective, this is ideally what we want to see. So let's say that we got our, again, 3 to 5 candles to the downside. And let's say that this is occurring on decreased volume. And we do see this coming down into a really nice level of support, right? Let's just say it's some daily support, right? Like I said, it could be a moving average, it could be a VWAP, it could be a mixture of all of those, right? The more the better. A nice valid level of support. And the fifth and final and the most needed piece of confirmation on the 5-minute reversal is going to be that doji candle at the bottom. And then all we need to do at this point in time, right? We've already see the stock on the 5-minute time frame. So what we can do here is we can check off that criteria. Yeah, we're looking at a 5-minute time frame. Awesome, right? 3 to 5 candles to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. Okay. Is it on decreased volume? Let's say it is. Let's say our volume bars are decreasing here along the way down. So we can come back here and say, yeah, check, right? Decreased volume. All right. We've identified this to be a really nice level of support. Let's say it's just $5 support. Yeah. Well, we put in that doji here off $5. That's into a level of support. And that fifth and final piece of confirmation is a doji at the bottom. Do we have a doji at the bottom above that support level on decreased volume? And do we see at least 3 to 5 candles to the downside? The answer is yes. We do have a doji. We would call that a spinning top doji. That's all we need to start building our plan. Okay? What's our plan? We want to buy the next 5-minute candle that makes a new high. Ideally, the very next candle to open up, right? This is a candle that's moving, right? We're not in yet. It's just moving. That candle just moving a little up and down. That's all it's doing. We're not in. But the second this candle breaks over that previous 5-minute candle high, that confirms our entry. So in this scenario, right, it broke over, we're long. We're long, okay? And let's say we're in on this trade at that green line because this candle here broke over that doji candle high. So that green line, we're long. And we know that our stop loss goes below the doji candle low. So if that next candle were to say, again, open up and come down and stop you out, you're stopped out, right? That's where your stop loss would go in that scenario. But again, when all of this criteria is met to a T, you typically get some really nice moves out of these 5-minute reversals. Typically what you see is a nice little increase in volume here on this candle that breaks over that prior 5-minute candle high. And you typically get a nice little 2 to 3 candle continuation and a nice little move on up before you see that pull back on back down. And then again, you let it do its thing. Maybe it's a double bottom, a higher low, whatever the case is, okay? So that's what a 5-minute reversal is, okay? 1 minute, 5-minute time frame, 3 to 5 candles to the downside on decreased volume into a level of support, forming the doji at the bottom. And once you see that doji, right, you can mark up your levels and have a plan. This candle opens, right, and it's moving. You're building a plan, right? You're going to mark up that doji candle high and that doji candle low. If this candle is to break over that doji candle high, you're long. If this candle comes down and cracks, you never took the trade in the first place, right? That cracks, it moves lower. It's no longer a 5-minute reversal. After you see the doji form, the next candle, if it breaks, you're long. After you see that doji form, next candle opens, it breaks the prior high, you're long. But let's say the doji forms and it doesn't break that prior high. Let's say it does this and it doesn't break that prior high. Let's say the next one does. That's not a 5-minute reversal. Why is that? The candle that opens right after the doji is the confirmation candle that you need to see break that prior high. If it breaks, you're long. If it doesn't break, that's that, right? If it then breaks here, I don't suggest taking that trade. It should happen on this candle right here, not on this candle, and definitely not on the third candle. It needs to happen right away, okay? So if you do not see this break that prior 5-minute candle high, you're not taking the trade. In my recommendation, you can test it. You see if you have a good win rate with it. But from my experience, you typically see the best moves and the best 5-minute reversal strategies happen on the candle that opens after the doji. If you get your confirmation to get long, you're long, and you typically get a nice little 2 to 3 candle push to the upside. Where do you take profits, right? Well, indicators, number one, typically when the stock is falling like this, typically it's going to be below a majority of its indicators. Most of the time, you are going to see that stock below its VWAP, right? Typically, the stock cracks the VWAP, dumps on off, 3 to 5 candles down, on decreased volume, into support with the doji. And if you get the 5-minute reversal confirmation, which is your long position, typically one of your well-known targets is going to be a move back into the VWAP. But again, it's not always the case. Maybe it's also below its 9 EMA. What's your first target? Well, the 9 EMA would be your first target, right? What if you see a very, very, very strong daily level of resistance? Well, you know what? That's got to be your target at that very, very strong daily level of resistance. So you always look left. Look at your major levels of support and resistance first. But if you don't have anything between your entry and between one of your indicators, such as the VWAP, the 9 EMA, or the 20 EMA, and you don't have anything between, utilize those 3 indicators as your targets. Again, VWAP is the most common, but if you do see the 9 and the 20 under the VWAP closer, you utilize those as well. And that's the proper way and the right way to trade the 5-minute reversal strategy when it comes down to targets as well, is utilizing, again, ideally that VWAP or the 9 EMA or the 20 EMA. But if you do have a prior level of support or resistance that supersedes, that comes first, and it's key, definitely utilize that level that you've identified, maybe on a higher time frame or looking left. Maybe it's a pre-market high, whatever the case is, guys. Okay? So again, I just wanted to break it down from a visual perspective, what it looks like, where you get your entries, and where you put your stops, right? Because again, we called this 5-minute reversal out last week on a stock, and then it went south, and it didn't work on out. But the risk was only about 8 cents on that trade from entry to stop loss. And the reward was about 30 cents from that trade plan. But I had a lot of members I spoke to that took a bigger loss. Well, number one, a lot of them were getting in way too early, right? They were getting in way too early without confirmation, number one. Number two, their stop loss was way too far away. So I just wanted to take a moment to, again, break down the 5-minute reversal strategy. Again, what it is, the criteria that needs to be met, and once that criteria is met, where you make your entry, what the confirmation is, where your stop losses must go, how you're going to look left to take profits, but you never get in early, right? And you never put your stop loss that much lower below that 5-minute candle doji low. That is the right way to trade this particular strategy, all right? So that is a 5-minute reversal. Looks like Hugo saying on this. What ticker is that? ATXI. Let's go look at ATXI. 5-minute time frame. Do we have any kind of 5-minute reversal? So look at ATXI here. Okay, so the stock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minute, 5 candles on down, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? On a 5-minute time frame. 3 to 5 candles on down. Did it occur on decreasing volume? Yes, it did. Did it come into a level of support? Your 20 EMA? Yes, it did. Did you put in a doji at the bottom? Yes, you did. So you could have taken that trade at 1334 over that doji high, but a stop loss below this low. Your first target would have been the 90 EMA. Second target would have been your VWAP. And then you look left, your prior high, 1551, would have been a profit-taking level. But look at the range of this candle. Your entry would have been 1330. Stop loss would have been 1250. That's an 80-cent stop loss, right? So you could have seen this and said, all right, 1330 entry. Stop losses have to go below that low of 1250. That's 80 cents of risk. 80 cents of risk. That's a large spread on this candle. That's a pretty large spread. So you got to ask yourself, can I get $1.60 to the upside? Well, the answer to that would have probably been no, right? Because you know that, you're probably going to be taking a little bit here at the 9 EMA or at least at your VWAP. So you know that the reward here does not outweigh the risk. So this would have been a 5-minute reversal that I would have not taken because the risk was 80 cents. The reward here was about 90 cents into that VWAP if we were just utilizing the VWAP as our main target, which is one of our main indicators that we use on this particular strategy. So that would have been one that probably would have been a no-go for me just because of how the risk reward was there on ATXI. But you saw it, right? That would have been a 5-minute reversal. You would have never been stopped out. You would have made really good profit. But in the moment, seeing that big of a spread and that big of a range from entry to stop loss, and then looking at where my target is, VWAP, I probably would have said no to that trade. Did it work out? Absolutely. Was that a 5-minute reversal? Yes, it was. It met the criteria, right? It's on a 5-minute time frame. You have 3 to 5 candles falling on down, on decreasing volume, into a level of support, which in this case, the 20 EMA, giving you a nice doji at the bottom. The next 5-minute candle to break the prior 5-minute candle high was the igniting candle. That's where volume moved in. That's where buyers jumped into this trade, and it shot up a nice $1.50 to the upside. very nice 5-minute reversal example here. But from a, would I have really taken this trade? No, because it was not a 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 4-to-1 setup. Again, the risk to reward was equal. That wouldn't have made any sense there. But great eye, great analysis. That is a great example of a 5-minute reversal. The spread is extremely important, right? Because you know right here, as this candle's moving, you can mark up the candle high and the candle low. As this candle's moving, right? You say, this is the 5th candle on decreased volume. It just came down to support, and we're starting to see a doji. If this is going to be a 5-minute reversal, right? This is the candle that will break above. The next candle will open. It'll go green. It'll break this high here at 1330, and that'll be an entry, right? If this were to play out. So you already know if this is going to play out on the next candle, right? You know your entry is 1330. You know your stop loss is 1250. So you already know before you even think about pulling the trigger, you're risking 80 cents a share. And you already know that the VWAP is the most logical place to take profits on this particular strategy, right? Traders that trade the 5-minute reversal, 80% of the time, their target is a retest of the VWAP. So if we know that we're utilizing the VWAP here as our resistance level, as our profit-taking level, we know that at that point in time, VWAP's at $14 and say 20 cents, $14.17. So we know if we get an entry at $13.30 and we take profit at $14.20, that's 90 cents of profit. Our risk is 80 cents. That doesn't make any sense. So we're probably sitting here like, you know what? Probably not going to take this trade because I want to see maybe 30 cents of risk to get 90 cents of reward. That's a 3-to-1. I'll take it. But the risk to reward on this trade would have not made too much sense. All right. But again, from a criteria standpoint, from a strategy standpoint, as far as how it played on out really nicely, that is a good example of a 5-minute reversal. Absolutely. Okay. Do we have any other, 5-minute reversals out there that you guys maybe have seen? Any other tickers you want me to guys to, break down? ATXI was a decent one. ATXI was a good one. We haven't seen too many, right? We haven't really seen too many in the market, but last week we saw one. We called it out. It was a small loser, 8 cents a share, 30 cents a reward. Great risk to reward, guys. Fantastic risk to reward. Over a 3-to-1. But again, I got a lot of emails and I had a couple one-on-ones and I talked to some members and, some individuals took that trade. Some nailed it. Some didn't nail it. I said, okay, well, I think it's important to go through and really break down the criteria. Number one, the entry, the stop loss, the target, and what to look for so you feel confident the next time you see that particular strategy, how to build a plan, how to make the trade, how to execute, where stop losses go the right way. So now you can take what you just learned, apply it into a paper account, back test it, and if you like the 5-minute reversal, guess what? You just added it to your arsenal. You've added it to your tool belt. You're going to sit here and, trade the 5-minute reversal now. And maybe it works out fantastically for you. But in order to be able to trade this setup in this formation, you're going to need to learn it, number one. Number two, apply it and practice it on a paper account, and then go from there. All right, guys. So good job. Good stuff there. Do you wait for an entry on the close above the doji on the next candle? Nope, you don't. So the second it breaks, you're in. So the second from what I was taught as a newer trader, right? I don't trade the strategy, guys, right? But this is what I was taught from my previous mentors about the 5-minute reversal. So again, if that high here is at 1330, the second you see 1331, you're in. So you put a 1332 stop market order in. So the second that you get a 1332 fill, you're in, right? Stops go below that low. So it's not a candle close. It's the second you see the next 5-minute candle make a new high. The second it makes a new high by a penny, that technically confirms an entry for your long position. And in this scenario, you would have made money on this. The risk reward sucked, but it would have been profitable. But let's imagine you waited until the candle to close. You would have got absolutely destroyed. So you always go about a penny above the prior 5-minute candle. And the second that 5-minute candle breaks above, That's a technical long position, and that's a confirmation to get in. Yeah, if you wait for the candle to close, you've already missed the trade. So you do not wait for the candle to close. On this particular strategy, you don't wait for the candle to close. And again, team, I don't trade the 5-minute reversal. I used to. I don't really trade it that much. It's not really my edge. It's not really my style. It's not really for me. But I know what it is. Definitely know the criteria, how to explain it, how to educate it. And again, maybe it's something that works for you. We may have traders in chat that are 5-minute time frame traders, and that's it. Like, I'm just trading the 5-minute, and I do great. Hey, there's this 5-minute reversal strategy. I've been seeing that a lot. I didn't really know there was criteria behind it. Now I do. Now I can trade it. There you guys go. That's all this is about. So that's what we got for today. If you guys have any questions, please let me know. Like I said, I just wanted to give you guys a quick little breakdown, a little bit of a refresher on it, because again, we talked about it last week. We had a trade last week that didn't play out beautifully, but we had a lot of members taking it, and we'll probably see other setups very similar in the future. Starting to look like we have a possible reversal inbound. You're on the spine, the Qs, guys. I love these types of reversals. I like when the market's just losing momentum, number one. You can throw a trend line on the stock. We see divergence, right? We have divergence here on the SPY. SPY's moving on up. Momentum's falling. We see the loss of momentum here. We see it kind of starting, it's rolling on over a little bit, nearing that level of resistance, right? With this trend line that we could absolutely crack and start to dump on off. So H, I don't know if you got the announcement. We announced it and we sent an email that we're no longer using volley because no one used it. We had volley for like 3 months and it wasn't being utilized the way we thought. So it's just something else that we've cut out. We want to take our focus and our resources and apply those elsewhere, right? If that's inside a chat, that's inside a chat, right? If that's the morning newsletter, that's the morning newsletter. We want to take our focus and our resources and apply it where it needs to be. Volley was a great idea. I'm shocked that not a lot of members used it. It was a way for you to literally ask me a question with video, show me an example, and I can actually get that 24/7, 365 and respond back to your question with a video and an example. But yet so many people send emails, and it's harder to see things through an email. It's harder to actually read an email and it makes sense. But through video, it's so much easier, right? The tone of voice, the context, the explanation, the example. I'm surprised not a lot of people used it, but again, no one was using it. So we're going to put our resources and our focus where we should be, right? To make sure that what we're doing is the most valuable as far as what it could be. So, but if anybody ever wants to get back on it, maybe we relaunch it. I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out, guys. Where should I send the video that it took me? I'll look at it. I'll look at it, H. If it took you 30 minutes to make, I'll look at it on Volley. I just want to let you know that I got to download it and log into it. All right. But just to give you a heads up, H, no one else is using it. And we've officially announced that we're no longer going to be rolling the, rolling that forward or anything like that. But I'll log in and I'll take a peek at it for you. All right. I know, right? I say it all the time. Shame on everybody. Shame on everybody. Right, there's so many things, little things that we do. Like Volley was a crazy good idea. It was a killer idea. We got these amazing chat rooms that no one uses half the time. We get over 100 people in chat. You got 10 people using the chat boxes. Like, what's going on here? I should have just went with a Discord. No, I'm joking. No, I would have never done that. Would have never done that. But I guarantee Discord will be more active than chat. And I don't even know what's going on. I want you guys to talk. I want you guys to be a community. Throw up news that you see. Throw up your analysis. Let other traders say your analysis is amazing. Let other traders say your analysis is not good. And you say, why is my analysis not good? And they explain why. And you're like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. Guys, there's just so many things that we could be doing here inside of chat to, again, you guys could excel. But, I understand if you just want to listen to my voice all day, every day, but there's a lot more things we could be doing inside of this community and be very beneficial to you guys. I guarantee it. But I'm done preaching. You know, I'm just really busting some chops right now. I'm just busting some chops. But again, I know the difference it would make if we saw the entire community active, the entire community out here doing what they do, right? I hear there's a press release on this stock. Type up the press release and share it with the team. I'm looking to get involved in this stock. Here's my analysis. Share it with the team. Hey, who's looking at the Qs? Corey's like, I am. All right. And you're like, hey, what do you see on the Qs right now? I think I see this. Throw up a screenshot. Corey's going to be like, yeah, I see that, but hey, make this small adjustment. And you're like, oh my gosh, Corey. Game changer, man. Game changer. Like just the collaboration with one another and the exchanging of ideas with one another consistently. That engagement would completely change a lot. I mean, it's something that helped me as a trader. That's one thing that I did a lot was I collaborated and I engaged with other members within my communities that I was a part of, and it really helped me out. The mentor is fantastic, but just being involved in working with other like-minded people and other traders, it was a game changer. So I just wish there's more of it. Maybe one day there will be, and I'm not going to preach anymore about it, but Hugo got me a little uptight there for a second. Got me a little afternoon rant. Thanks, Hugo. All right, guys. Any final questions? Let me know. If not, we're going to dive into lunch. There's like, thank God. Get Josh off the mic. We can all talk now. It's always busy over lunch. Can you look at Roblox 5-minute and 1-minute? Is there any technical analysis that shows a big reversal was incoming? Downgrade news may have caused the red and pre-market before the bell big swings, though. Yeah, let's go look at Roblox. RBL to the X. Well, the first thing I see is a 3-minute triple bottom. Boom, boom, boom. You got a triple bottom here on Roblox, number one. You can see that triple bottom on a 5-minute time frame. You got just that 1, 2, 3. It took on off. And the other thing I see as well, it was a daily low. It was a daily double bottom. Check that out. So look at that low from back in September at 33.59, right? This is coming down and bouncing. And honestly, today looking like, hey, could that start to form a double bottom, right? Based on Friday's close, could this start to be a double bottom? Could this start to be a reversal? So you already have that level marked on up. And if this is the double bottom, we could probably see it come down to 33.59 and hold. So the market opens on up today, comes down to 33.60 to the penny, bounces, comes back down 33.60 to the penny, bounces, comes back down to the penny, bounces. You got 1, 2, 3, triple bottom, starts to give you that double bottom here on the daily. Yeah. So that lower wick, 33.59. Was it 33.59? It was actually 33.57 was the exact low. But yeah, so if you were already looking at Roblox and you're like, all right, well, hey, if it ever comes down and retests this low, it could definitely bounce, and then maybe it turns into a nice little daily W, a daily double bottom, because that lines up with some prior resistance, prior support, and you see the market open on up, right? Come on down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles all the way down. Boom, 33.60. Nice bounce, nice dip buy. Come back down, double bottom. You're in. You're feeling good. Oh, it's coming back down. What? Oh, now I got a triple bottom. We get to break VWAP. Oh, we're breaking VWAP. Fantastic. We get to pop over that 20. We're over that 20. We're looking great. We're looking bullish. And then boom, just riding that momentum from there. Triple bottom, breaking above all three indicators, pulling back, retesting, and then getting that nice momentum push on off of it. Nice little double bottom formation here on the daily. This looks good for tomorrow. Roblox, or maybe like a short-term reversal, a short-term swing trade here on Roblox, assuming the overall market holds on up. This is a really nice textbook daily double bottom. We see that intraday 5-minute triple bottom that really shows traders are here, that this is that level of support, that we could see a bounce off this level on up, maybe back into what? That 20 EMA. Right? After we came down to 33.57 here, where'd we go? The 20 EMA. Where do you think we could go maybe this week, right? Depending on how many days it takes. Maybe back up to that $38 price point, into that 20 EMA. So I think you see an intraday pullback, right? A little bit of an intraday pullback, but I do think you have great potential up towards around $38, and that's your 20 EMA. So if you get a nice little intraday pullback, maybe you're looking to place an entry here around, say, 35 bucks. Okay, you have potential to get to $38. You could risk maybe $1.50 here, right, underneath that low. So if you got in at 35 and risked $1.50, your stop's at 33.50. You get in at 35 for a swing trade, and this plays out by the end of the week up to that $38 resistance level. Boom, you got a nice little 2-to-1 setup on Roblox, and Roblox looks really nice on the daily. Really nice intraday confirmation. That's a reasonable target. That's a reasonable entry, most definitely, and a fantastic stop. I like Roblox. Roblox doesn't look bad at all. Roblox doesn't look bad at all. I definitely want to keep this on watch throughout the rest of today, into tomorrow, and the rest of this week as well, for sure. There's your triple top on the Qs off of the 200-week SMA, followed by a crack of that trend line with that confirmed divergence, right? We had the trend line on it, right up into resistance. You also see the triple top followed by the crack. Nice little $+ drop there on the Qs, and the SPY, same thing. Rolling on over. We were talking about how it was just kind of rolling on over. You see that loss of momentum. You see that divergence into that level of resistance, and now you're starting to crack and starting to fade a little bit. So good job if anybody took that SPY put position or took the Q put position. I mean, I love these. These are the best short setups out there, right? Those are those double top, divergence, trend line crack short strategies that we just love so much. They're just so predictable. They play out beautifully. They're such a high win rate. They're really nice setups. So good job if anybody took some SPY puts or some of those Q puts there for that quick crack and that nice little scalp on down. Congrats. Nice trade. Nice. You caught some Nike today around 85. 84.35 was the level that we had marked up, I think. I'm not sure why 84.35, but 84.35 was a pretty nice level that was respected beautifully today as well. So good stuff there. Very nice, very nice. I want to see what Roblox does back down around 35, just being a psychological level. But I would even say it could come down a little bit lower to like 34.75. Maybe like 34. Yeah, 34.75 looks a lot better. So I would say if it comes down to 34.75 and you guys like Roblox off that daily time frame, that suggests maybe a quick little double bottom reversal over the next few days. You know, catching it around 34.75 is not a bad entry with stops underneath that 33.50 support. And we know that resistance and target's 38. Doesn't look bad at all. Keep Roblox on high watch. ATXI, we'll watch it into the end of the day. Right now, not a lot going on. MYOV, same thing. Not a lot going on right now. And we're starting to see the SPY and the Qs reverse here just a little bit. And we'll have to see what these are going to do over lunch, how the market's going to hold on up, and what opportunity that we have towards the end of today. We'll be back around 2:30, looking to hit it hard, looking to add some profits to the bottom line. All right, just takes one great trade to make it happen. ATXI, shoulda, coulda, woulda. That funky fill definitely threw me off. Never took the trade on MYOV, and I should have, but I didn't. And a couple just misread. You know, a couple misread. No big deal, though. Red trades happen. You just got to protect your drawdown. That's about it. You just got to protect your drawdown. Keep the losses small. Keep the wins bigger. Don't go revenge trade. Don't go chasing stocks. And that's one thing we haven't been doing. Sitting back, relaxed, ready to make it happen. We just need to see that one great trade come to us. And when it does, there's profits, baby. I smell them, and we'll make it happen, guys. All right, so enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30. If you guys have any questions, drop those messages here inside of chat. If not, go enjoy your lunch. Get out of the office. Go walk around. I don't know, go to Hooters. Go grab a drink. Don't do that. You want to come back focused, right? Yes, 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 you do. But enjoy it. Take care. Stay productive. Make it happen. And I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30 as we kick off some Power Hour trading. Let's end it the way we always end it, ladies and gentlemen. In 3, 2, 1. Woo! Enjoy it. Good job and good work. Way to come in. Way to make it happen. I know today's been a bit of a slower day in the market, but we'll see what we have towards the end of the day, see if we have any better opportunity, and if so, we will lock in some profits. Enjoy your lunch. Take care. Stay blessed. I'll see you back here at 2:30. See you guys later.
you. far away. I want you back.
Yo, what's up? What's going on, everybody? Welcome back. Hope you guys had a wonderful lunch. I hope you guys are all set, ready to rock and roll. Let's see if we have any action here in Power Hour. All right, it is 2:32 on this beautiful Money Monday. Looking to see if we can lock in some profits. I haven't seen a single green trade today, so maybe we can turn that around. That's why I was asking, guys. Market's kind of slow with small caps, right? Pretty dead with small caps. Like Corey said, the market's definitely doing well. I mean, the SPY's up 3% right now at this point in time. Hitting around 267.50. The Qs are up almost 3% as well. So the market's definitely moving. It's just that slow, steady grind. Small caps are definitely dead. I've personally not seen a single winner. Market is a little bit on the slower grinding side, right? When we like volatility, and chat's definitely dead. It seems like, chat's becoming more dead and dead each and every week, which is odd because we have more and more individuals enrolling and joining, which completely blows me away, which always makes me think, is there something wrong? Is there a technical issue? But we see everybody's logged in good to go. So that's why I wanted to go ahead and ask, if we don't have any action, would we rather save the afternoon commentary for a day when the market's really on fire? Chat is active and engaging. And on top of that, I'm probably going to shut down for today and personally walk away, log my trades, kind of recap, see what went wrong, and be able to bounce back. Again, pretty odd going from a nice week last week, just absolutely on fire, feeling it, and then just not really feeling it today. So we'll have to see, kind of what happened there and, where the mistakes were. But other than that, not too much else happening in small cap land. You got a few other stocks moving on up. LOGC, we already know what's going on with LOGC. That was the acquisition news from this morning. You do have OBLG. That's a newer one. That's just now. No, that was getting some action here earlier on. Very, very choppy looking stock. I know it's making some big pops to the upside, but as far as the price action, not the best looking price action. We'll still keep it on watch though. They're on OBLG. FNGR ended up getting a little bit of action there right around 1 o'clock. Big spike on up. Since then, hasn't really been doing too much. And then MYOV is just kind of sitting right here at 25 bucks with little to no volume. So again, there's not too much going on here with MYOV. And then lastly, SOBR has really just been sitting sideways since its initial spike on up around 11 o'clock. And again, not really doing too much. ATXI as well, just not doing all that much. So really the only stock that I want to keep on watch in penny stock land is going to be KPRX. This is that 1 to 40 reverse stock split from last week. Now it's starting to get some hype. Now it's getting some action from around that 7 to 750 level, spiking on up towards around that 1033. So KPRX definitely worth watching here into the end of the day, and looking to see if we have any kind of action to get something going. See if we can add some profits to the bottom line, guys. So right now, KPRX, that's about it. And again, the spine, the Qs, just on a really nice, slow and steady grind on up. You guys are in the Qs. If you guys are watching the Qs, wondering where are they going next, I would say Friday's high a day, guys. And Friday's high a day is about 70 cents away, right around 275. Same thing with the SPY. Well, the SPY is actually already breaking over Friday's highs at this point in time, and we're actually starting to break over Thursday's highs. So the next area that I could see the SPY going to would be that 370 resistance here on the SPY. That's about 2.5 points away at this point in time. You said you had some fill issues with your limits that definitely would have thrown me off my game as well. Yeah, it did a little bit. The first one, not so much. I actually recapped my trades over lunch, and I looked back. And again, the first trade, I feel more or less I was forcing the dip buy on LVWR. I was really just so fixated on that dip buy opportunity. Knowing it was a newer IPO, knowing that it could rip and run, knowing that the IPO open was 9. If it wicked down below 9 and hit that lower shadow at 860, It could have easily pushed back up on that 5-minute time frame because that was the time frame I was ideally looking at it on. I see the dip buy candle on the 5. I'm looking to trade this on the 5. You know, knowing $9 is the IPO open, we are trying to bounce here off $9, which is a great level of support, cracking below 9, dipping down to 860 to grab the dip buy, and then watch it bounce strong back above 9 on the 5-minute time frame, close above and start ripping. I was just so fixated on that. I was pretty biased, right? And I think that was my biggest thing today is I came in with some biasness in the market. I was pretty biased. The LVWR, you know, had a great potential to crack 9, wick down to 860, get the dip buy, close back above, and squeeze, right? Looking at the bigger picture, well, you know, I just wasn't the best dip buy. You know, I'm looking at a hiccup candle from Friday's post-market session, right? Friday's post-market session, not even today in pre-market, today intraday. So that's the first thing is when I'm looking at these dip buys, I want to find these types of candles this day, intraday. And I also want to find these dip buy opportunities on our top gaining stocks. And this was not even a top gaining stock. So I really break LVWR down. Was it a dip buy from a criteria standpoint? Yes. But was it the best place for that candle to be for the dip buy? No, it was not. And there was probably a little bit of biasness that kind of clouded me out there a little bit. But again, not upset with the loss. I was okay with it. Only took 225 loss. No big deal. The next trade was the one trade that definitely threw me off from a fill standpoint. That 20-cent fill threw me off, but still, it was a bad halt strategy. And that was the case there on FNGR. Was we had the limit orders in. The limit wasn't the best. It threw me off. But by the time I got out, I still lost about $342 on a halt strategy that did not gap up. And I simply did not have enough time to cancel my order to prevent the fill. That's why I typically market order in to those versus limit. Because if my finger was on the trigger for the market order and we saw that same price action of no gap up, I would never clicked buy. So that's why I tend to not do limits just in case. But you know, I've been using a lot more limit orders lately just to guarantee the price in which I'm getting in at. So that was just one of those trades that go against you on FNGR for the halt strategy. We just didn't get the gap up, not enough time to cancel the order. You know, it is what it is, 342 lost there. And then I kind of just, I think I missed my first trade on MYOV, so I forced the second one. And that was that on MYOV for about a 313 loss. Was just a little bit of a force there if I have to be open and honest with myself. You know, why did I take that trade on MYOV? You know, I feel I took the trade because I missed my first short, that I wanted to wait to look at the price action. We see it coming right back up into $25 resistance. We start to crack the trend line. I feel like that could be a nice big dump on down, right? We're hitting $25 resistance. We're cracking a really nice trend line. We're really dying on off with momentum. Looking to see if this thing can crack on back down to the VWAP. So I get in, and then it's just not doing anything. It's not budging. It's not dropping. It's not ripping. It's just kind of chopping sideways. So by the time I get out, I had a pretty nice position there. I had about 1,900 shares to the short side. By the time I get out, I lost $300 on the trade, looking for this trend line to crack and it dump on off. What was the mistake here? I don't really know if there was a mistake, but the biggest thing is there was just no volume on the stock for that trend line to crack, for it to really dump on off, though I wanted to see it dump on off anyway. Here this morning, we have volume, right? We're trading 300,000 shares. Here, we're trading 44,000 shares, 17,000 shares, 9,000 shares, 30,000 shares. So the biggest thing here that I could have done differently was the volume. There's no volume to really see this crack in that big dump that I'm looking for. So if I would have just paid attention and really thought that through, is, do we really have volume to see that happen? You know what? Probably not, right? We really don't have the volume to see that massive dump on down in. You know, I was correct. Really choppy, really sideways. But again, I realized that after the fact, and I was biting the bullet with another small paper cut. So 3 small losses, but that's 3 red trades in a row. My daily max loss that I'm sticking with right now for the next few weeks, and this was when I came back from my 10-day disconnect, was around $900 a day, right? $250 to $300 a trade is my max loss. Ideally is kind of where I want to stay at until I scale up into 500, 6, 7, etc. And I always have a 3 red trade rule to where I'm done, which puts you at about $900. I'm at $893.66. $893.66. I'm literally $6 away from that breaking point of, you know what? That's my loss for the day. I'm going to walk away and call it quits. But again, not upset with the trades themselves, but just a little unfortunate with, kind of my approach and how I was attacking it and stuff like that. I'm not going to blame it on, limit order fill issues or anything like that. Really not put the blame on anything besides myself. Am I upset with the LVWR dip buy? I'm not really upset with it. I just realized that the best of the best dip buys, those hiccup candles come intraday, and those stocks are some of the top gaining stocks. It was not one of those two classifications or two pieces of criteria, so I should have prevented that altogether. That was a preventable red trade. Should have never taken that. FNGR, if I would just stick to the way that I trade and I get in with market orders instead of limit orders, I would have never had the limit order issue in the first place, and I still got to figure that out. I would have never pulled the trigger in the first place because the stock never gapped up. So that was a preventable trade, just trading the way I trade and not doing limit orders and these new things that I, really don't do. That's preventable there. And then MYOV, if I just was a little bit more conscious here and I thought that through a little bit versus, man, it's cracking the trend line, I can make all my money back. That was my mindset. Man, cracking the trend line, 30-cent drop, we're in the green, let's go. And not say, is it really going to dump? Do we really have the volume to see it drop? If I would have just done that, I could have prevented that $300 loss. So not terrible trades by any means. Not FOMOing in, not chasing stuff, not overly aggressive, not revenge trading or anything like that. Just more or less, not really thinking, especially MYOV through a little bit like I should have. And, again, it is what it is. Those just red trades add up a little bit. But it's going to be easy to bounce back, for sure. Yeah, absolutely, Stir. 100%, man. Absolutely. I'm glad that you can, pick it apart and learn from, our successes and mistakes as well. I mean, last week was one of the most consistent feel-good weeks I've had in a long time. And it felt great. And I'm not going to let one red day, throw me off because I know that's an easy bounce back. It really is. If I sit here and I'm like, this and this and that, and the market stinks, the market's slow, blah, 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 then yeah, I'm going to sit here and make bad decisions. And everything that I did last week really, goes out the window. But last week was a very nice, steady, consistent week. The market was pretty slow last week as well, but it was a banger of a week. We absolutely crushed it. 82% win rate, 2 losses, so many green trades. The losses were small, the wins were perfect. I mean, it was just a great week. We're still up overall too, but I can't let one red day set me back because one good trade, 2 good trades, wipe the slate clean, and we're off to the races. I now know I just need to not be as biased as I kind of was today coming into the market with, some of these setups and my biasness towards them, and just kind of sit back and wait for that development and wait to see what the stock gives me at that point in time, and take it long, take it short, regardless. Just go with the opportunity, trade with the market. You feel like ADTX is going to pop? ADTX. Let's go take a look at ADTX. You think it's going to pop on up? If it were to pop on up, you probably see it, spike on up towards around 5. But I would think you would break over Thursday's high a day first. You see that upper shadow here right around 411? You got to break that area, and then you'll probably, might get a nice little spike up towards around $5. And then that 20 EMA right there around 523. It's worth watching. It was a newer reverse stock split. It didn't really do too much after the split. It still could pop. We're seeing KPRX pop after that split. There were a few other ones as well that we had here today that were newer reverse stock splits that we could see. Move on up here. What were they? Why are they off my watch list? TD Ameritrade. Tisk. I have to go look those up. They were on the watch list, but every now and then TD Ameritrade will remove or the platform, for some reason, it glitches out and some of those tickers get taken off of your watch list. Love you long time. Love you long time as well, Nick. Another thing I would do here is run a trend line on ADTX, right? So you got a nice little intraday uptrend here on ADTX. You're getting pinned against that 411 resistance. A nice strong break over 411. Yeah, you could see a nice spike up towards around $5. So definitely worth watching. Yes, AVCT was one, and then the other one was R. Where was it at? Let's go into alerts. Let's scroll on up a little bit. RMED. Yes, it was RMED. You know, this one's kind of getting a little bit of a grind to it, but again, nothing substantial, nothing crazy right now at this point in time. AVCT, same thing. Not a lot of action, but ADTX, let's keep this one on watch. Let's continue to watch KPRX. Still observing the SPY and the Qs to see if we have any opportunity there. Right now, slow grind to the upside. MYOV, there's just not too much happening with MYOV right now at this point in time. So again, the best two stocks, the two stocks that look the best right now at this point in time, KPRX and ADTX. I know there's the original in the options section, but did we, you're looking for the Matt Strat recap. We did a recap the other week. I think that was last week we were discussing it, or the week before. I heard you say you uploaded it and it's in the library. No, so that was a question I think you had, and we just kind of dove into it in a quick little recap of Matt's strategy. That was never anything I actually recorded to edit and upload. It was one of those things I was not even thinking in the moment as we were discussing it to click that record button and get it uploaded into the video lessons library. So if it was in a stream, what I can do is I can actually find the stream that it was from, chop that out of the stream, and then edit it and get it uploaded for you guys. I just got to remember what day it was and around what time and go back and be able to chop that out. That's exactly why you can't find it. Yep. Yeah, just go back and watch all the lives. No, if you guys give me an idea of what day it was, I can go download that live. It just takes about an hour or two to download each live session, to plug it in, to edit it, to get those lessons uploaded. So KPRX is having a really hard time holding on up. BEAT's been pretty much dead the entire day. And then ATXI is dead as well. Let's do it tomorrow. Let's go ahead and talk about Matt's strategy tomorrow. It's the simple trend line strategy, and we'll actually do a nice little lesson around it tomorrow inside of chat. Get that edited and uploaded in the video lessons library by the end of the week. Let's make it happen, man. I always like topics. It's one of those things that, you know, I've been doing this for nearly 2 years now, and I never thought I would run out of ideas as far as lesson topics. But when I think about a lesson topic, I'm like, it's in the video library. I think about another lesson topic, I'm like, it's in the video library. I'm like, there are 120 plus lessons in the library, and I tell you what, after 120, I just can't think of any other new ones now. I'm not creative enough. I need you guys to help me out. That's a great one. Matt's strategy, the 3rd point trend line strategy. I love it. Any other ideas you guys have, let me know. Because the only thing that I can think of is going back in and pulling out some of the oldest lessons and redoing them, but they're going to be exactly the same. Those are fantastic lessons in the video lessons library that pertain to the style of day trading that we do. Every time I'm like, what is going to be the lesson for the day? And I'm like, man, we've talked about pretty much everything that I can think of that's in that freaking library, guys. Yeah, refreshers don't hurt. No, absolutely not. But I want to get some new ideas, new lessons, new topics, right? Challenge me a little bit. I mean, yeah, that's all I really planned on doing, was going back in and pulling some of the oldest lessons out of the archive and just going through and doing a nice little refresher. And that was one we did today on the 5-minute reversal. Stir, you just drop some ideas and we'll make it happen. You're like, I want to learn about this. Let's make it happen. I want to learn about that. Hey, make it happen. But like Corey said, a refresher never hurts. All right, so again, we're kind of just sitting back on our hands, being patient with the capital P-A-Y. Patient. All right, looking for the next best setup, the next best opportunity. If we can grab something, we can. If not, we'll see what we have tomorrow. Again, brand new day full of brand new opportunities. If we can make something happen today, let's make it happen. Using the lower band of the VWAP for a bounce play. So in the pushing 8 years that I've been trading, I've never once used an upper band or a lower band on the VWAP. So I can definitely do a quick little 24-hour education session on it for myself and dive more into that strategy alone, but it's never anything that I've personally utilized. So I would hate to put something together that I don't use or have never used myself, as far as those upper bands and lower bands on the VWAP. But I'll definitely take a peek into it and do some research, see if there's a well-crafted, strategy behind that. And if so, it may even be best to point you guys in the right direction if I don't feel confident that I'd be the best person to explain that, because it's not really a strategy that I've necessarily used before. But I'll definitely do some more research into it. Double Bollinger Bands? Nah. What I have on my chart's what I like. But you never know, man. Maybe I switch it all up. Maybe I just want to, day one, I want to use Bollinger Bands, and then the MACD, and a 55.2 moving average. Completely switch it up. Now, we're good. Now, mainly I trade price action. Price action with a few popular indicators. That's it. Price action and a few popular indicators, depending on what we have for the day. With the tick chart. Yes, with the tick chart. And using Hakanashi candles. Boom. Let's see if I can make it happen. Let's see if I can trade that way. Oh, absolutely. 100%. Price action? Absolutely. Level 2 as well. But I absolutely, if I could just pick one thing and trade it, I would just look at a chart and trade price action with support and resistance. That's it. Price action with support resistance, supply demand levels. That's it. That's all I need. I don't need the 90 EMA. I don't need the 20 EMA. I don't really need the VWAP. I don't need any of that. But again, price action, I could probably just trade off price action. And volume. You got to have volume. Got to have volume. Price action, volume. That's it. Price action, volume, and let me have my nice little green lines of support resistance. Challenge accepted? You want me to delete everything on my chart and just only trade that? Okay. Okay. Don't freaking challenge me, guys. I'll delete everything right now. I'll have a naked chart. Be like, whoa, what's on your chart, Josh? I don't see anything. I'll even turn my candles white. Yeah, I'll turn my candles white. I'll make them opaque. I'll make them blend in so you can't even see the candles. Don't even need the candles. I'll just trade based on my instinct, my intuition. Need you guys to tell me what the price is at. All right, ADTX. Again, there's not a lot going on, guys. It's 3 o'clock. If we don't really see anything move on up in the next few moments, we are absolutely going to save commentary for another day this week that's a little bit better, right? You got a couple of days of commentary that I like to do in the afternoons until we actually fill in the right person in the right place to take over afternoon power hour commentary for us. But right now, if there's nothing moving and there's no trades, there's definitely things that we could be doing. You guys could definitely dive in the video lessons library, study up, recap your trades, jump into a simulated account, on demand, back test, so many things that could be done, and so many things that could be done on my end as well to continue to move us in the right direction with everything that we have planned for ADT. Merch store. Hats. Oh, I got something stuck in my throat. Weird. Hats? I said bats, like the exchange, like BATS, like bats, the exchange. Yeah. Talking about hats. Bats, man. Bats. No, I'm kidding. No, we're actually we're interviewing and hiring and growing our support team on the back end. That's going to free me up a lot of time to go out there and start building the merchandise store together for everybody. But first things first, I got to make sure we're held down everywhere else because that's going to take some time to get that built out. And again, I want to start making that happen for you guys. So it's definitely in the works. He's happy now. He's happy. What hats? Hats. Shirts, joggers, shoes, pins, pencils. Nah, we'll probably just start with some hats and some polos, some t-shirts, long sleeves. You know, just get some merch out there to you guys if you guys like it. Everything's in the works, baby. Takes time, but it's going. We got the ball rolling. All right, does anybody have any questions? Let me know. If not, we are going to save commentary for another day in the afternoon this week when the market's actually moving and there's something to be traded. Because right now, if it was just me, myself, and I, just trade all by myself, I would not even be in the market right now. I'd say, you know what? I'll come back tomorrow. Let's go do something a little bit more productive. Oh, if I would have known you're joking, I wouldn't have literally set everything that was so important aside to focus on the merchandise store, Stir. If I thought you guys were joking, I would just play along with the joke. But every single day you guys are asking for hats, I said, you know what? I'm going to just completely just hit the pause button on everything I got going on. Everything? Screw it. Merchandise store, baby. We got to get the merch store. Whew. Yeah. My wife's having a baby. I said, postpone that. Postpone it. 6 months. What? I can't. You got to. You got to hold it in. Don't push. 6 months. We got to get this merchandise store up and running, baby. We got to get it going. All right, guys, let me know if you have any questions, all right? The market is pretty slow right now. SPY's on a steady grind to the upside. Qs are on a steady grind to the upside. If you see anything that stands out, please let me know. But I would hate to continue to repeat myself quite a bit. SOBR, not much going on. ADTX, not much going on. KPRX, just kind of fading a little bit, Roblox, steady grind to the upside. SPY and the Qs, steady grind to the upside. We need some volatility. We need some movement, ideally. If you see something, let me know. If not, let's try for tomorrow afternoon, guys. How about that? Let's try for tomorrow afternoon and see if we have any better movement towards the end of the day. Skyler locking in some great profits. Well done. That's a great profit. Well done. Well done. Woo. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, SOBR with the uptrends. And then a break over the highs. Your next level, I do believe SOBR traders are most likely trying to push this to the 200 SMA, and that's at 460. They're on SOBR right around 460. Again, we discussed ADTX. You got uptrend support, 411 resistance. You could see this stock spike up towards around the high fours, close to 5. Again, uptrend support. Right now, you have flat resistance around 411. KPRX is pretty much done. It already went on its move to the upside. And right now, it's just starting to give quite a bit back. I don't really see too much happening here with KPRX. Now that we're back below the VWAP, below the 9 EMA, the 20 EMA, back below that halt level, it definitely doesn't look the best at this point in time. We need to most likely see this back up 875 in that VWAP before we see some big time volume really start to move back in. So KPRX, probably not going to happen. Measured moves? Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have a nice strong rip on up, get any kind of retracement, pullback, flag formation, whatever the case is, you can always grab those measured moves to give you ideas of overhead targets. And when those measured moves line up with prior levels of, say, resistance, you're already like spot on. That level's most likely going to be hit. But yeah, definitely, we can talk about measured moves as well. We're going to talk about Matt's strategy tomorrow when it comes to options, as far as what he does, time frames, the type of candles that he uses, how he trades his strategy, the type of delta he looks for, all that good stuff. We'll break it all down, walk you guys through it, get you guys all up to speed, and you guys will be all set tomorrow. Wish the market was a little bit more active today, because we could have definitely bounced back from a little bit of a red day, but definitely no reason to chase anything at this point in time, and no reason to force anything that's just not there. So that is going to be a wrap on my part. I am going to call it quits with a nice little loss of 890. Not too crazy happy about it, but I know that if I stick to my plan and I stick to the rules that we have, drawdowns are okay, but those drawdowns will never eat up the profits that we have. It'll be easy to bounce back from this. It just takes time. Just takes a couple more good trades. So we'll go ahead and close it up today, not give anything else back. Come back tomorrow fresh, ready to attack it. Look to see what we can make happen on this beautiful coming up Money Tuesday. I appreciate you guys as well. Appreciate you guys holding it down. Appreciate you guys being a part of the family. I appreciate everything that you guys do. I'll see you back here tomorrow. Again, it kind of seems like everybody's on the same page. All right, deuces, we're out of here. We're going to go have some fun tonight. We'll come back tomorrow, see what we have, guys. All right, if I do see any questions pop through, I'll definitely jump back on, get those answered. But I'm going to go ahead and start making the right steps in the right direction. Got a few phone calls this evening with some possible candidates to come on inside of chat to hold it down, bring some more value to the Alpha Day Trading team. So I'm excited for that. Again, the merch store, going to get that worked on. Everything else that we've been discussing over the past few weeks and just trying to make the right steps in the right direction and finalize that. So we're just off to the races 2023. Nothing else besides me, you, and the stock market, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make it happen. Let's have some fun doing it. Let's keep up the amazing work. It's officially Q4, and let's crush it and end this year strong. Catherine, we're actually leaving because there is nothing going on in Power Hour. It is slow. It is dead. I think we save my beautiful voice and some Power Hour commentary and trading for a day when there's actually some movement in the market. Maybe that's tomorrow. Maybe it's Thursday. Maybe it's Friday. I don't got nothing going on. We'll make it happen on Friday. Joey already hit me with a 3, 2, 1. Woo! Man, I wish there was more activity, but we'll come back tomorrow morning, see what we got in store, make it happen, have some fun with it. If you guys need anything whatsoever, you know where to find me. You can drop me a message here inside of chat or send me an email, members@AlphaDayTrading.com. Have a wonderful evening. Stay blessed. Take care, guys, and I'll see you back here tomorrow morning. I'll see you then.